Hello, guys. Welcome once again to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Appreciate you guys being here and listening to us this evening. And as always, bringing your great questions. I kind of forget to do this at the beginning of most of these lately. So, reminder out there, we're being broadcast live on YouTube, Entropy, Odyssey, Twitter, and VK. So you can watch us live there, or you can catch us in the replay on any of those things, plus Spotify, and I believe BitChute and Rumble as well. But yeah, if you guys want to participate in the super chat tonight, I know that episodes with Svan and I often get a really loaded question section. So if you want to throw in any super chat questions, please feel free to do that over on Entropy. Also, if you'd like to make any donations tonight, doing that on Entropy is always very much appreciated. Another announcement, I guess, before we get started, we are all looking forward to, and I am certainly looking forward to, Sigger Bloat at Siggerheim, and that's going to be on the 22nd of July. So if you can make that, if you're able, we would love to see you there. It's going to be a great event. If you're interested, please reach out. Well, first, if you're a member, either way, reach out to your local folk builder. They can get you all set up and get you in the know on what's going on and get you set up to be there. I'd love to see all of you guys there. It is a truly magical place, and it's going to be a really special event. I think that's what might as well. Coming up in August, we're going to be celebrating Freyfaxi at Baldershof. That is always a spectacular event. If anybody has not been to Baldershof, it is beautiful. It is amazing. The folks there do a fantastic job of making that place. They do so much work on it, improving it, that every time I see it, it's so much work has been done since the previous time. It's so impressive. I know they put in a lot of work on the floors this time around, but it's going to be a great event. I'm looking forward to it. Would love to see you guys there if you can make it. That's at Baldershof in Murdoch, Minnesota. And without further ado, I would like to get the show started. And so the show is about Bloat and Sumbel specifically, and I think ritual generally. But what I think would be most important to start with, because this is what it's all built around, is the idea of the gift cycle. So, Svan, could you, assuming we've got new listeners that have never heard of and are completely unfamiliar with the whole idea of what we mean when we say gift cycle, could you kind of break that down for folks? And we'll do that first, and then we'll break into the different rituals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first and foremost, if you're considering the gift cycle, this is a reciprocation process, and it depends differently who you talk to. I think that amongst the Asatru folk assembly, the gift cycle is firstly given to humans by the gods, and then we in turn gift in thanks to that, and that's the first and foremost praetorial or pinnacle gift. But then thereafter there's gifting cycles in relations to timing. A lot of our holidays are and bloats are based around times in the cycle of the year. And so we give thanks oftentimes right before or right after, a season or a time. And then there's other times too where we even do one like in the pinnacle of the summer, and giving thanks right in the moment. But for the most part, I think people need to realize that when we talk about doing large group community holidays and we give gifts, what we're doing is we're holding a ceremony that is can take many forms, but for the most part, 90% of the time, it's going to be a libation, a communion through gifting of a liquid, usually mead. It can be ale or cider. Those are all very historically accounted for and traditional. But we pour our devotion and our piety into the liquid and then gift that to the gods. And so the liquid becomes from a physical manifestation to a spiritual manifestation. And this can happen in many different forms, whether it's physical gifts like ancestrally, we talk about finding weapons and things that were gifted, but we also, like even today, gifting flowers and ribbons and letters and items and other things. But ultimately, at its core, it is about exchanging a spiritual currency, if you will, in thanks or in debt or in obligation or whatever it may necessarily be. If we're talking about blessings from the gods simply for being alive and being humans and being folk, and we want to give thanks to the gods for the breath of Ond, that right there is a gift in return immediately. And I think that a lot of modern Asatru needs to understand that, because I think a lot of times they have the notion that there's this like on the table level bargaining with the gods, and I don't think that that's a wise nor particularly pious view of things. But when we go into gift cycling, we create it goes back to kind of like what we're talking about, weird and orlog. Weird kind of being like dharmic action creates a correct way, and orlaw being accumulative of those actions. So if something has layered laws of the past building up, it gains a might to it. It gains a weight to it. The orlaw is heavy with say, if the Hoff is holding true to giving gifts at proper times, that orlaw those layers begin to build gravity. But the act of it itself, the correct action of doing it, is what we oftentimes call weaving weirder. And so the gifting is part of that weaving. It's creating those layers. It's building that mass of power and connectivity between us and the gods. And I think obviously I didn't go into bloats and sumbles, but gift cycling, that's kind of how I take it.
So, yes to all of that, obviously, but on a very basic level, culturally, our people have had the idea of reciprocal obligations and reciprocal giving of things to build bonds, to build alliances, to build friendships. And a lot of this is exhibited in the hall culture of our ancestors. And I bring it up because we don't believe in equality. There is no such thing as any two people or any two groups of people being equal. It just doesn't work that way. Even if it's super close, there's always different strengths and weaknesses. And it's one of the beautiful things about existence. But for example, in hall culture, the Lord would be entitled to fealty, to loyalty, to military service from his retainers or his men, and in return, he would gift them with booty, with weaponry, with feast, with drink. He would host them at his table, perhaps provide them with shelter in a different time, perhaps provide them with land and dominions and territories and things. But you had an exchange of gifts. And so it was incumbent upon you to give based upon your station. And I think we understand that too. If you get a gift, if you give a gift to your child and then your child gives you a gift in return, clearly you can provide a much fancier, more expensive gift to your child, but they give to you based on their skill set. They give you a crudely drawn, drawing that you're not sure what is, but what they did by doing it is showed how much they care, showed an intention, showed a love for you. And that's what that gifting is about. And I like to think of the gifting with our gods as being in a similar familial way. Us giving our meager, doing our best as humans to try to honor the gods and giving them some mead or, some food off of our table as an offering, maybe some incense. It's not a real big deal when you consider that they give us the breath of life and goodly hue and, divine consciousness. I think that the gift exchange is not equal. It's never equal. But the idea of continuing doing that, and that's the cyclical nature of it. This goes into the idea of hospitality amongst our folk as well. One thing I'd like to say about the reciprocity on it, there was a culture of, and still is today within Asatru, of hosting people at your house and having, alternating events like, hey, how about I have people come over to my house and have guests and take care of them and treat them. And then in return, sometime down the road, they invite me over to their place. By doing so, we build a relationship. It's my turn this time. By doing that, we keep that cycle flowing and we keep that gift cycle going. And through familiarity, through continued display of giving and receiving hospitality, we build bonds and connections in life. That was very important to our ancestors. It's very important to many of us today. And it's essentially how we build stronger ties with our gods. In ancient Aryan, it is theorized from linguistics that originally the word host and guest were one word that implied that reciprocity. Where I believe, sorry if I butcher this, my best understanding of the Proto-Indo-European is ghosti was what it was called. And it stressed the reciprocal idea of, as a host, you have certain obligations to provide for the people who are your guests. But as guests, you have obligations to, maybe bring something for the table or bring something for the lady of the house, or, don't break stuff and make a fool out of yourself and be burdensome. And the roles are then reversed when you exchange that relationship and you have, you go over to their place. All of this idea of sharing and receiving of food, of gifts, of drink, of hospitality, of service, of loyalty, that is what builds the bonds in Germanic culture and Aryan culture generally. And it's what builds our bonds with the divine in the best ways that we know how to do that. So I think that's extremely important to keep in mind as we go into the idea of our different rituals, because this idea of the gift cycle is at the root of all of these in its own way.
Yeah, it's the micro and macro. We have micro between each other and macro to the gods. We see that gift cycle between us in reflection to the way we treat each other often. And vice versa, because what is good in the micro between each other also emphasizes what is bad, because if you have to have something to compare it to. So loyalty, friendship, fealty, troth, gift cycles, and devotion to deed with each other is juxtaposed by the opposites of those things. And those things are seen as culturally, societally, not good. And I think it's even more so to consider. One thing is there is great grievance when you go against the micro and the macro to the gods and to your folk. I think there's also what people lack, I think, the understanding or perception of what they're doing sometimes. in relation to each other or when in relation to the gods, and how that can be perceived as, it is wrong as opposed to rightful. It's wrongful. And I think that proper gift cycle and premise like what we're setting right now is really, really important.
So now that we've touched on, laid the foundation of gift cycle, our biggest Asatru ritual that I'm sure many of you are familiar with to one degree or another, and that most of our events are centered around, is the idea of bloat. Svan, for anybody who's never heard this before, can you break down the etymology of bloat, and then can you, I don't know, run people down, what bloat is? If you're brand new, if you're not Asatru, if you're Christian or atheist, and you've got no familiarity, what is an Asatru bloat?
So, first off, it gets a lot of confusion with the modern usage of the word bloat, but we're using a Nordic word, and it's spelled BLO with a dash above it, T, emphasizing that it's an O sound, bloat. Grammatically, in Old Norse and even in modern Icelandic and things like that, it has its own sense of whether or not it's being, as a verb, but it derives from the word blood, blóður, and there's a very small difference between it. The way I could best say it is like if we have the word for blood and then we have the word like bloodletting or blooding, I guess would be shorter. That's kind of the derivative of the two. It first and foremost was the consideration of a holy and sacred act that often involved sacral butchering, and it was often done during corrective times when they were thinning the herds. Towards the end of the year, in particular, in the middle of winter, and towards the end of the year when our ancestors, celebrated the end of the year at winter nights, and then into midwinter, there was a culling and a smoking and a salting of the meat, and so oftentimes one very specific animal may have been set aside, and they were brought into a thankful ritual in which we gifted in thanks for the bounty of the herd and for the life that we can maintain throughout winter. So the word blooding or bloodletting, oftentimes, obviously in usage in modern English, would certainly throw things off. But we realized by the Nordic period, the word blotar could apply to many different things. They had a brøð blotar, or like a bread bloat. They had an ale bloat or mead. So at this point, it became synonymous with the gifting in general, and I think it became more about the usage of the visceral liquid in a bloat with an animal and sacral butchering. The animal would be made for consumption, and a part of it would be gifted to the gods, and then the other part would be kept for the folk, some for preservation or to feast right away. The blood, however, was seen as extremely sacred and powerful, and it was filled in a bowl called the Hlaut bowl. Hlaut means power, and it's the sacredness of that life, and it would be sprinkled with an aspergement tool. Sometimes it was made, or sometimes it was just a natural tine or twig, and it was utilized to sprinkle the area, sprinkle thresholds, and it was seen as sacred. And this has transferred over in the usage of mead and the usage of ale. But to say that somehow they're lesser, I would say that there seems to be a lot more of a visceral point when we're talking about blooding. But so the bloat is that. But for the most part in modern Asatru, a bloat is not a sacral butchering. It is now oftentimes the usage of mead, the usage of ale, and it's poured in a horn, And that horn is a symbol of weird being woven, a receptacle of the liquid, the visceral words of the folk. And as they speak over the horn, they give their prayers, their piety, their thanks, their desire for, or thankfulness for certain things at certain times. And then it is given to the gods. And a small bit of it is then used in sprinkling the area or sprinkling the folk in order to kind of, spread out that blessing. And I think that's the most basic way I could put it, which is pretty hard for me.
So I'd like to add a couple of things. So in our ancestors' time, when they were primarily doing live animal sacrifice at Bloat, the communal meal shared after the Bloat was, went without saying. There may be certain parts of the animal that were offered to the gods, but most often it was that blood that would be used. But then the butchered animal would be served amongst the folk. And again, like I brought up earlier with the idea of that hospitality, the Gothar or the lords or the people in a high position would put on this bloat, and the common folk that oftentimes didn't get a lot of meat in their diet, sometimes this would be the time of year that they were able to get, food that they didn't have access to at other times. And they would have a feast, and they would share that communal feast together, and it would tie them together as a society, as a people. And fundamentally, it would tie them together as a people connected to the gods through that ritual that they would have undergone before this feast. Today, all of our events, certainly in the Asatru Folk Assembly, and I think most everywhere else as well, people celebrate having a feast on the day that they do that bloat. So we still get that element, even if it doesn't involve the use of a slaughtered animal at that time. So that's really important, is the communal aspect of sharing those things. Some mechanics of people that, may wonder what one of these looks like in the Asatru Folk Assembly. Typically, you enter in some kind of a special way, usually some kind of a procession. You enter whatever sacred space that you're going to do your ritual clockwise or sunwise. So unless there's some special ritual reason to do something other, that's the motion that you do when you're in the sacred space. And we typically make a circle if we're doing it outdoors. If we're doing it indoors in a vey, we do, again, a circle, but that circle may be an oval, it may be a square, it may be a rectangle. We fill the space as efficiently as we can, with the idea being that the Gothi is in the middle and can circumambulate around the folk that way. Now, as we grow in numbers and we have to accommodate more people, it's subject to change. But the idea with this is everybody is in a circle facing the central fire, perhaps facing a central altar space that's been set up, and the Gothi can go around and have access to all of the people who are participating. Perhaps the Gothi or Githia has assistants that can also access these people. And once everyone's gathered, if it's in a temporary sacred space, the Gothi or Githia will sanctify the space. Often that's done with a hammer rite. The hammer rite was created by Edred Thorson in, wish I could give you the exact date, but in the early 1980s, I believe. And it's calling upon Thor's protection in each of the cardinal directions, as well as above and below. If it's inside one of our vays or a permanent sacred space, that's not necessary because that area is already sanctified. Then the Gothi will perhaps invite the gods, invite the ancestors, invite the spirits of the land to be present, to witness what's going on. He may or may not say a few words about the purpose, about what we're there to do. Call upon the deity. Most often it's a deity, but there's times where there's a bloat to the Disir or the Alfar, for example. But if it's a bloat to a deity, invite, that deity to be there, call upon that deity, praise that deity, speak words of praise and of worship. And it depends on the size of the crowd, on whether the horn whether people are drinking in the blessing or whether it's being asperged. Svan talked about the Hlauttine. Oftentimes that's a evergreen sprig of some sort, but I've seen it used with other, typically it's used with some kind of a branch, or I've seen it done with a flower even. I've had to do it with my hands before because it's all I had. But it may be distributed physically or it may be consumed. Anyways, so in the AFA, we do one round of going around with the people, imbuing the horn with their gift, imbuing that mead that is in the horn with their sacredness. And I skipped a step, I apologize. Before any of this goes down in the AFA, our ladies are led by a Githya off to the side to perform incantations over the mead to make it sacred and ready for the act that we're about to do. And that's an AFA tradition that goes back, believe it goes back to the late 1990s. So once the ladies have prepared the horn, now we go back to where I was talking about. That first round that we do, we have a saying, from heart to hand to horn. Place your hand over your heart, over your chest, and focus your love, your worship, your loyalty, all of your spiritual might that you can muster for that God. And then you put that into the horn. You imbue the horn by reaching out and touching it, perhaps putting your hand over it, and filling that with your spiritual might. We go around. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I said weaving that weird. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the Githya will then, very often it'll be a Githya that performs this. Sometimes it's just a Gothi that's the only officiant and he'll perform the function, but it'll take the horn around and people will, from heart to hand to horn, fill that with their might. They'll go all the way around the circle and then make an offering of that horn of mead to the gods. Often that's poured out in the fire. Just pro tip, if you've got a whole bunch of mead and you pour it on a fire, your fire won't be a fire here in a second, and that becomes awkward. So maybe it's around the edge. Or if it's something that's high octane, it's really cool. It makes a big flame and it goes directly up to the gods. But either way, you make that offering. Then you take another horn, or you refill that horn depending on the supplies you have available. You lift that horn up to the gods and ask the gods to fill that with their blessing. Once that blessed horn is filled, it goes around the circle, usually by a Githya if one is present, sometimes by a Gothi, depending on how it works out. And people can either drink in that blessing from the horn, if logistics permit, or it's asperged out on the gathered folk. That's the fundamentals. Then something will happen to where you close out and you'll leave the sacred space in the same clockwise way that you came in. There is so much more that you can do within that space and within that time, but that's the very basics of what that bloat is. couple of points I'd like to make on the mechanics of that. The gift is the loyalty and the love and the worship that you are imbuing into that horn. Our gods don't have a shortage of
meat.
Animals. They don't have a shortage of mead. When this was done by our ancestors, people would place their hands upon the animal while it was alive and imbue their power that way. That was specifically attested to with the Yule boar as a tradition, but we have every reason to believe that was done. So similarly, because for lack of a better term, that animal is a vessel of that blood, you're imbuing that liquid with your might. When the animal is slain, then that animal goes from this world into the next, carrying your spiritual might that you've put into the blood to the gods across the veil. That same thing happens to that horn of mead as it's poured out into the fire or around the fire.
I think it's,
go ahead.
It is worth mentioning too what you just said about if anybody's familiar with the first rune or the word itself in Old Norse, the word fee, and it translates into fee in our language, but fehu, feu in the Anglo-Saxon, the idea of what that power is when you imbue that power, it's a culmination of things. It actually, like what you just said about the touch, it culminates in the touch because there's the might and the energy it took to make, to care for, to even to or to gain whatever the gift might be, that culmination, that power, that might embodies itself in fee. The feo is the value of the gift, in the sense that it's what we put in, it's what we achieve in gaining that gift, cultivating that gift, giving thanks. So oftentimes the animal is raised, or the mead is brewed, or there's so much in accumulation to the giving that at that moment of touch in the horn or on the animal or on whatever gift it may be, that is a culmination. That's the period at the end of the sentence of all the buildup of the feu given to the gods. And I think that's something that I think a lot of people don't, or they overlook. If they've been experienced in Asatru, they've held bloats.
So I'm glad that you brought up fehu, and I meant to bring that up when we spoke about the gift cycle. One of the profound things about the rune fehu, and in a couple of weeks, Svan and I will talk more in depth on this, but it's fluidity, it's liquidity of wealth, whatever that wealth is. But it's the idea of sharing it, of circulating it. You know, with any kind of wealth in an economy, everyone is raised up when that wealth is circulated. When it's hoarded up by one party, then the system becomes unbalanced and people become miserly and it's stagnant. When it's stagnant, it loses a lot of its potential. When it's circulated, then everyone benefits. And one of the ideas of that continued gifting cycle is to circulate that wealth. In this instance, the wealth is displayed in our spiritual energy, in our spiritual might, in our luck. And we talked a number of episodes ago about how luck is it's a commodity. It's a finite commodity. You can build it, you can gain it, you can spend it, you can lose it, you can become without it, or you can become rich in it. By spending our haminya and our spiritual energy in this way and circulating it, it keeps things alive. It keeps that cycle going. All throughout our mythos at all levels, you see a spinning and a movement and a circulation of things. You see cycles. That's why we talk about the gift cycle. So continuing the flow of that giving, receiving, keeps the tree alive, the world tree that we all make up. It keeps it alive and healthy.
You brought up the runes, and we will be covering that. But I did want to say, yeah, I've even taught about the runes from Theo to Gifu or gift, the gift rune. That is in essence kind of in a micro sense, it's symbolically representing the bloat. All of those runes up to the gift cycle in the first ether are a bloat, and then what follows it is joy. The feast, the happiness, and all of this. So the first ether is, in a way, I've always kind of taught it as it's the buildup of the gift cycle, the first gift cycle of the gods, of the universe, of time, and it, starting with Feu and moving to Urus, and Thurzaz, of course, is the actual sacrificing of the moment, and so on to the gift rune. So something interesting. We should definitely hit on that in the future on the rune VNSs.
So it's challenging when we get these episodes like today. There's basically three main parts of what we want to talk about, but I wonder if we should intersperse questions in between each of those parts, or do all three at once and then do the questions. We run into that a couple of times when things are complex, and we're trying to figure that out the best way we can. Judging by the questions that we've got, so this is imperfect, but let's hit the questions that we have and then move into Sumble, because most of the questions that we have are about bloat specifically. So okay. We can then move into Sumble, and then, any and all questions are good. But I think that's going to be a good way to run this. And again, we're working on our entropy situation with questions, but I'm going to have to be reading them off my phone that producer Nick is sending them to me. So first question is not really related to tonight's topic, but that's fine. Who/what are the Raven folk, and what are your opinions of them? So because of the time that this is, I'm assuming that you are talking about Raven Folk United. If that is the case, they are a break-off group that consist of an AFA kindred, a former AFA kindred, and most of the skinhead affiliated populace that were once AFA members into some kind of a new group of folk claiming to practice Asatru. What do I think of them? I think that some of them are well-meaning, trusting, don't know any better folk that are more comfortable hanging out with their friends and doing what they do in a more less structured, more democratic, more backyard camp out kind of environment. A number of their leaders are oath breakers, dishonorable, and dishonest, and that's really unfortunate. But yeah, those are that's in short my thoughts on that situation. And if you have more questions to follow up, please don't hesitate to ask them. I appreciate when people ask questions that may seem controversial or may seem, I don't know, less jovial than the rest of the broadcast. One of the reasons that I started doing this is I want to be able to answer the hard questions. it's always a better situation when somebody hears something that seems not right or odd to go to the source and just ask. It doesn't mean you have to believe the person you ask or that you have to end up siding with them. But I think we're all well served when we hear both sides of a story than when we just hear rumor and innuendo. We're always better off if we ask. Second question, Osher Gothi and Witan Svan. Can you touch on why it's wrong to hail chaotic entities in Bloat and Sumbel? Svan, can you break this down?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned before there's rightful and wrongful action. If there is rightful action in anything, then there has to be wrongful action. And wrongful action for us is the invitation of unwelcomed, or you wouldn't want to welcome someone who may be against you in your home, unless, of course, they had made some plea for communication or something of that nature. And even then, that's a touchy situation. But on the general, you don't want to invite someone into your home that's against you in some way, shape, or form. And so inviting chaotic beings, and our faith has a lot of them. There is just as much the ordered gods of heaven are juxtaposed by chaotic forces that are far more, I think, based in chthonic ways or emotional ways, or just ways that are not conducive to life, especially amongst folk. So you don't want to invite that in, whatever that may be. And it has varied levels. Oftentimes we don't want to invite death into our ceremonies or into our rituals. But that's not because we, see death as chaos or just ultimately even evil. It's that death is just not welcome at a time of a joyous time. But there's other things as well. Obviously, when we talk about the bound kinslayer, and we talk about the bound kinslayer, we don't want that his being brought in. If we talk about Fenris and the poisonous slaver of his consumption, we don't want that invited either. And there's multiple other things that we just don't invite chaos into. I think structurally, it kind of also is much like a plane. If you start inviting a lot of that turbulence into the flow of a ceremony of bloat or of sumbel, it begins to rattle things. And I think that the idea is to attain a place of stability. And I think that's ultimately what we are doing. The Gothar, what Gothis, Givyas, they're there to stabilize. That's why we have a masculine and feminine power there, representing in that bridging between those polarities, keep balance. And then the folk are there to maintain and to reside with us in this process. So when it becomes chaotic, when it becomes abnormal, when it becomes twisted or off, it usually starts with some sort of invitation of chaotic forces, or if say for instance, if the bloat is a dedication to Frey, and suddenly someone, and I'm speaking from experience. So, and this was a long time ago in a much different Asatru, but suddenly, someone hails their friend who had passed away, and lifted the horn up and poured it out on the ground, not the whole thing, just a little bit, but it threw everyone off. I could see it ripple through, and we didn't manage to reacclimate ourselves because we were all there to piously give, thanks and might to the Lord Frey, and we have this one person who just didn't know or hadn't been around, or perhaps expressed that, they just went into a totally different direction, and it caused this kind of fluctuation, this turbulence. That's not it. That's cultural, and we have to teach people sometimes when they come into the faith what is culturally acceptable and what isn't. And one of the big things is not inviting these chaotic forces. Invitation is a big thing. We don't call the gods. We don't draw a line and expect the gods to show up. We call to invite. We ask them to show up, and to know that we are holding our obligation, our gift cycle, our giving to the gods in whether it's the timely matter of weaving our weird through the year or giving thanks at our home. So that's, I think, my take on the importance of why you shouldn't bring in those chaotic elements, whether it's spiritual, like of the gods and or of ill beings or ill things of ill repute or twistedness, but also physically too. This shouldn't be brought in.
So Svan ended on a gift cycle thing, and I want to make a note on that before I address the question. I don't think it can be overstated that we don't demand stuff of the gods. First, it's extremely rude and inappropriate. Secondly, it's laughable and silly. There was a translation issue with the information about the rune Gabo, and people, an old Asatru, sacred cow that everybody wants to say is a gift demands a gift. No, it doesn't. When I give a gift to the gods, it's because I love them and I worship them. It is not demanding they give me anything. I do not make demands of my gods. It's really important, and I mentioned it earlier, how we do in AFA rituals. I ask the gods to give us their blessings. And if they choose to do that, then I gladly accept those. But the gift cycle was started overwhelmingly by our breath of life that's gifted to us by our gods. No amount of stuff we do is going to outweigh that or even that scale. We give freely. You don't give gifts to people in a transactional, just thinking of how to phrase this differently than I might normally, but you don't make a transactional giving someone a gift in order to oblige them to give you something. You give open-heartedly to people that you love and care about. And they then, out of their good heart, give to you. But there's no demand involved in that. And that's one of the things that irks me. But secondly, on the why we don't hail Loki or the forces of chaos in bloats and sumbles. It is, everything Svan said is absolutely true, but it's much simpler than that.
I never give a simple answer.
No. But I've said this, and I think it's important to keep repeating it. Asatru doesn't mean you believe in the gods. It means you are loyal to, you have troth with the gods. Being loyal to the Aesir means standing with them against their enemies. You are disloyal to the Aesir if you hail their enemies. It's as simple as that. Maybe if you're a Norse pagan or whatever that is supposed to mean, then I guess do what you do. But in Asatru, we are loyal to the Aesir, and that defines us. Being Asatru isn't just an embracing of Norse mythology. You wouldn't be a Christian if you just embraced Christian mythology. That leaves you open to worshiping God or the devil or demons or angels or any of their figures in their mythos. No, if you're a Christian, you're a follower of Christ. If you're Asatru, then you are true. You are loyal to the Aesir. And that's just the very simple answer to that question.
I can already hear people going, oh, because of that equivalency. But it is true. and it's quite literally in our name. It's trothful. It's true to the Aesir, to the Aus. Can't get any more clear than that.
Well, and that's why I made the Christian analogy. Christian means follower of Christ. Nobody describes themselves as a Judean monotheist, a Norse pagan. What does that mean? Choosing to align yourself with Christ makes one a Christian. Choosing to align yourself with the Aesir makes one Asatru.
Worth noting too, the Vanir and the Aesir are one. They have gone through. I think if you want to look at all of the Aryan mythos of every branch, there's always a war between these forces. But let's specifically talk about ours. These people that do the Vanatru or Vanitru, they are the Aesir. They are referred to. is the brightest Aus or the most beloved Aus. They are one, but it's like understanding the earthly base of the center to the heavenly top. It is needed. It's the cosmic order and the natural law, cycles and trajectories, if you will. And I think a lot of people, I don't think anybody within Asatru nowadays really does it, but I heard it a lot before, and it always irked me to create this divisions, creating divisions, disseminating, breaking apart. It is good for us to know the origins, but it's best to recognize the conflict and the resolution of the gods and understand them to be one. And I think that's important, something to consider.
All right. So our next question, I should ask this before the backlog of questions become too much. How is y'all's evening going, gentlemen? Going fantastic. I look forward to it every week. I love doing these shows. I love talking to you guys and taking your questions. Love talking to my friend Svan. So I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Svan? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I to be absolutely fair, when you leveled this, the proposal of doing this and coming on, I was very weary of it, but it is reminiscent of just our talks before on it's like a video aspect to the conversations we've had on the phone for hours, oftentimes spanning over over the week, just repeatedly touching down. I think, I greatly enjoyed. I've come to really, really enjoy the chat and all the folks, and to talk with you and here. I think that one of the best things is you take the wisdom and you kind of cut right into it, whereas I have a tendency to kind of really, really fluff the pillows, if you would, make everything very complicated, overly so.
I think that we complement each other really well on that, honestly. I think that you and I approach this, and we get to the same point very, very often. And if not, it's very, very close. But the paths we take to get there are different. And I think that our audience really benefits from hearing both of those. I know that I benefit from hearing you, and I'd like to think that you benefit from hearing me as well. Yeah. So I think it works out really well. I had no idea you had apprehension about doing these at first, because you've killed it. Like, your episodes are everybody's favorites. And once you get on a roll on this, we had one go for 6.5 hours. Saw somebody in the chat say it was 6 hours. Don't rob me of those 23 minutes.
To say I'm doing great. I look forward to, coming in. I kind of starting to shave off the last couple hours of work to make sure I can get in here and not be, ruffled or anything of that nature. I did want to say one thing. This is actually something that just struck me about our last question and how I'm doing. I want to tell people, stop saying Helsa. I don't know why that just came into my head, but Helsa is the verb of giving thanks to the gods. It's a verb of honoring it's like third person honoring. They are honoring the gods. that's the usage of the word hailsa. Always say hail. If you say it in Old Norse, it's Heil, and it's spelled Heil, or it's pronounced Hail. Or just say hail or hello or what have you, but stop saying hailsa.
Yeah, that's a thing. It's something that got started. And so any of the quote unquote silly things that people did back in the 80s with Asatru, those folks had a lot less access to things than we do now, especially in terms of our our lore and linguistics and all of those things. And they didn't have access to the internet to where they can, Google Translate and go talk to somebody in Iceland and then talk to a Norwegian and then talk to a Dane and see you can do those instantly now. You guys can do that over on the side chat while we're talking. And I think it's easy to take for granted that folks in the 80s couldn't. They could write a letter. They could spend a lot of money on international calling to ask someone, but it was a much more difficult process. But that is certainly a holdover from that time that, Svan is our resident expert on the linguistics, so we appreciate that.
And I say that with all love, because I think a lot of times too, people try to they use lore as like a weapon. They kind of emphasize that they know something, or perhaps you've made a mistake about something, and then they want to correct you, and it's kind of like it's almost aggressive. It's like weaponized knowledge in a sense to kind of demean or to create. So the idea, I think, is what you just said, is an understanding of perspective, understanding of the whole total story of how these things evolved. And then once you learn it, you go from there. And if we find out something else, then we correct the trajectory. But
so here's another, just note to that. If you say something wrong, it doesn't mean you're forever condemned to walk the strand and be dissolved by venom. But we should all want to do this the best we can. And I want to stay open too. I always want to stay receptive to ways to do this better. Altering what you do to make it more perfect doesn't mean that what you've done in the past is terrible.
Right.
But it means we honor our gods by being the very best we can be, and by continuing to evolve closer and closer and closer and closer to perfection. Even if it's not possible to get there, I want to, when I pass beyond the veil, I want to be much closer to that than I am now. And I think there's no shame in that to all of us, because everybody can, we've all got stuff we could do better or improve on. We have a $15 donation from Howdy Do. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Howdy Do.
So, and it is a monetized question. So we will jump right to it. What exactly is the difference between being a, quotes, folkish heathen and being Asatru? So I don't think, okay, so there's not a monolithic answer to that. And it's one of the reasons that, much to some people's chagrin, I try to take ownership of the word Asatru, is I want these words to mean things. I want people to hear them and have an understanding of what they mean, and not everybody have their own interpretation of everything. Our gods deserve that. Folkish heathen is, and by the very nature of it, these are, everybody means a little something different when they say things like folkish heathen. So that's the reason that I always use the word Asatru. There are folkish people who call themselves folkish heathens that are Asatru. Absolutely. And then there's people that are non-committal or don't want to conform to what other folks are doing and want to do their own things and call themselves that. That's most often something that people who don't want to be involved in any kind of organized practice like to call themselves. It separates them from people largely non-traditional and on the left that want to practice some form of paganism that they feel is related to our gods in some way. Whereas people who would define themselves as folkish heathens believe that our faith is an ethnic faith. And I think they like the term heathen oftentimes because it is very much kind of an opposition term to Christian. I think that's part of it. But again, because you can't clearly define it, because it's one of those things that the people who don't want to conform often use, it's the reason that I reject it and I don't use it. I don't know if that clears up anything that you're asking. Most often people who claim to be folkish heathens have a very similar basic worldview that we're talking about here on this program, but they don't want to quite go all the way and be Team Asatru. Svan, do you have anything you can add on that discussion?
Yeah, I think for once I got a straightforward on that one. Is I worship the gods of my people. I give worship to the gods of my people. I know who my gods are, and linguistically, culturally, there's so much in the symbology of the gods and how I relate to them. If I can afford to say that I worship the gods of my people, I know now too who my people are. There are variations, and we know this. We talk about the Anglo-Saxons and the Danes and the Alemanni or the Swabians and on and on and on and on and on and on. But we share that connectivity through our language, through our culture, through our expression, and that unites us. So I worship the gods of my people, and if I say that, I need to be able to know who both are. And so I think it's disingenuous to, consider the argument that, that everyone else has a cultural, perhaps religious expression, and we know that those are the gods of those people. We call them, Aztecs or, whatever. But we can't do it for ourselves. That I think is a grievous insult to us as a people. So that's one of the reasons. But as far as the difference, if you worship the gods of your folk or the gods of your people, and you know who your gods and your people are, then Asatru, I think, encapsulates it because it's a newer title. It sourced from an opera of Olaf, Saint Olaf, I believe, is the opera where it was coined. But it was it was interesting because it was a usage that was not derogatory. That these are Scandinavians. When they created this opera, they had every opportunity to, call whatever they, in relation. They chose the word Asatru, and it was a new kind of title that really hit home. I mean, if we were to call our religion Fornsaid or the old way, that's to be said, but that Asatru specifically talks about the gods of our folk, and our gods are the Aesir.
All right. Next question, and we'll go into Sumble when I start seeing, the first question that's exclusively about Sumble, or when we run out of questions. So, how often should one perform Bloat and Sumbel? Ooh. And I think that's, I think there's much nuance to that. Svan, what say you on that?
I said something earlier, and I imagine because a lot of people listen to VNS when they're driving or doing things, and they might hear the word obligation, and I throw that around, and that might, particularly raise an eyebrow or kind of throw a wrench into the mix. I mean obligation. I think first and foremost for myself, but I think obligation or obliging to the first gifts that were given is what people need to realize I'm saying. how often is, again, yes, very nuanced. I would argue that it is best to align yourself to the times of the year. So holding holy, holy tiding bloats is very important, but also doing them at your home. Some people want to do them daily. Some people want to do them every morning. I would be lying to you if I said that I did them every morning. In a full sense, generally, I have a moment of kind of just internalizing and talking, but there's no necessarily like a gift cycle. There's no official cultural traditions that I'm following, but doing them during times of joy and sorrow, I think, are very important. Don't really. I think the biggest thing is a lot of people get into the habit of asking the gods for things. Be wary of people who ask over much. It is good to take into reflection and call out to the gods and give thanks to them when you are celebrating, when you are at height, when you are receiving blessings and doing well, but also to when you need consultation or at least perhaps direction or other things like that. That those are great times, I think, to hold bloat. They get you a chance to recalibrate yourself, and move forward. So my biggest thing is 12 times a year, and however you see fit in between is always kind of my go-to number, if you will. I don't know. What do you say? I'll share with you about that.
There's no hard fast rule on that, and
yeah,
intention is everything. One of the things that I would say to guide your choice in that, and I would separate the things here for a second. Going before your altar and lighting a candle or lighting some incense or pouring a shot isn't what we mean when we say blotar. I suppose in a way, perhaps it is or falls under that umbrella, but a private offering between you and the gods, you can do that as much as you want. If you do that daily, that's really nice. Constantly asking them for stuff is rude and bad form. Making an offering of saying, hey, thanks, or here, whatever, that's a really nice thing to do whenever you want. Bloat, where you're getting together with a group of your fellow Asatru to perform rites to the gods, you don't want to take the specialness away from it. If you're doing something all the time, it ceases being special. Something is special due in part to its scarcity. So you don't want to hold off and never do bloat but once a year, so it's super duper special. But you also don't want to make it so mundane, time to go do bloat again, and to where the magic's lost. So in the AFA, as a church, we do bloat, once a month. It's no hard fast rule. If you want to throw in a couple extras, cool. But it's keeping that principle in mind. And I think the same is true with Sumbel. Every time you and your buddies sit around and are drinking a beer, it doesn't have to be a Sumbel. You guys can just sit around and talk about stuff. If every time you're doing it, you try to make it a Sumbel, then your Sumbels are less special. But that said, there's no hard, fast rule. There's special occasions. Maybe you want to do a special, and we'll talk more about Sumbel in a little bit here, but maybe you want to do a Sumbel, at someone's funeral. Or maybe you want to do a Sumbel because you and a group of your friends are sharing a hardship or sharing a special anniversary that's relevant to you and your group of people. Maybe you want to Sumbel for, you or one of your friends' birthday because you're celebrating an occasion. There's a lot of right ways to do it. Just keep in mind that when you do it too casually, you take away some of the specialness from what you're doing, and you want to keep your intention very strong when you do any of these things.
And the dating, like you said, with bloat, if you're honoring an ancestor, perhaps on their birthday or something of that nature as well. those that having those the significance of the day, the significance of the timing to help escalate the intent is, important. If you're talking about like self affirmations and meditations and things, that's different than like bloats. But if you're honoring, say, your grandfather, your great grandfather, or someone, or perhaps you don't know the date they were born, you might know the day that they passed. So that way, you can honor them then, or perhaps a significant battle that they fell in. All of those have intent as long as you're following a sense of timeliness to it, aligning yourself to the flows of time is, I think, the important intent to that too.
All right. Next question. I read in a Vortru magazine from years ago that bloat comes from a word or contains the idea of, quote unquote, to strengthen the gods. Can you expound on this? I have heard that concept, that was a purpose of bloat, but I have never heard it linguistically linked to that. Svan, what are you familiar with any linguistic connection or with that concept from the old days?
Well, I think it, yeah, is referring to the act is create strengthening, strengthens, and I think it might be better to say strengthens the relationship between, as opposed to getting into the idea that the gods are somehow weakened by the absence of bloat, and they are strengthened by the presence of bloat. That's another thing I think that we should be very careful about expressing. So bloat doesn't strengthen the gods. It's not the fuel, if you will. It strengthens the relationship. But to my knowledge, no, I don't know of any connection to strengthening. I would have to look it up to really go into perhaps if there's some sort of connective tissue in linguistics with bonding or bonding each other together in strength, perhaps. But to my knowledge, right off the top of my head, I don't recall.
And I think that so I'm completely unfamiliar with a linguistic connection, but conceptually, and I think this was much more the intention of bloat by early practitioners of modern Asatru than it is today. But as Svan said, the strengthening of the gods through our sharing our strength with them. And again, just like I said, nothing is equal. Nothing is all or nothing either. Yes, the gods are absolutely strengthened by our worship, but drops of water into an ocean is the ocean better off if hundreds of us are dropping water into it? Sure. Is it still an ocean even if we don't? Absolutely. So I think it's much more of the intention than it is like the gods need your personal might, and if you don't like them, you'll hold back and maybe they won't have it when they need it. That's very presumptuous way to look at it. But I do feel the gods are strengthened by our sharing our might with them. They are made stronger by us standing with them, but much more of a gesture than they need your personal, if your hole is in their shield wall, then they're somehow doomed because your 20 years of life is consequential to their thousands upon thousands of years of existence and collected might. And I think that's not to diminish us, but don't be presumptuous. We're people and they are gods. And we need to never forget that we are dealing with gods, not just bigger people. Next question. Any truth to a sacrifice, to the idea that a sacrifice should be made more than bought, like a bottle of mead? Sacrificing a bought gift is the same as sacrificing the money used to buy it, but is buying a sacrifice worse than making something to sacrifice? What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at some of the cross linguistics of it. About speaking out or swearing to, and so there's more connections to perhaps speaking, but beyond that, there's bloat is specifically connected to the the polytheistic times of Old Norse as opposed to the Christian. I think that again, when we emphasize on the theo, the fee, the power in it, the making, the crafting, the buying, whatever it may take its form, the raising, I think all of those require effort. Perhaps the value that you're asking about is in the value of the effort. But oftentimes I think that effort is cumulative. It could be the matter of the whole process of building towards giving that gift. And so is there more value in, say, something that you make as opposed to something that you buy? I think people are intimately aware of, monetary value, especially nowadays with things like that. Everything is more expensive, and people do talk about it. I think some people get it confused with the mundaneness of money and of the modern sense of it. But in reality, giving of your time, giving of your ability to, traverse, to go to sacred sites, go to the Hofs, or meet up with your kinfolk. You're often taking your children. There's a lot of things going into the process. You're building that might. And it could culminate to you bringing a gift that you made, bringing a gift that you bought, or bringing a gift that you helped with everyone to attain. Whether it's oftentimes a perfect example of that is if, I've attended bloats with sacral butchering, and oftentimes what it required was one person, watching the animal and feeding the animal and caring for the animal, and they put far more effort into the entirety of the process. But we all, helped step in when we could. Obviously, first, most is in buying the animal cumulatively. And this can apply to other things, like the mead that we attain, the gifts that we give, whether they're, flowers, whether we grew them ourselves or whether we, bought them. It's hard to quantify what has more value. Certainly, I think effort denotes merit. So merit, I would say, has a lot of value. But I don't think that it entirely disenfranchises the idea of buying or placing, things that are valued in our lives to give to the gods. That's an interesting question. That's just my personal take on it. I feel one is far more gravitous than the other, but it doesn't shoot one in the foot, if you will.
It's not. I think we look at it at some kind of a distance as some kind of an alien thing that we're trying to interpret, and I don't think it works like that. Relating to our gods is fundamental to who we are. It should be as natural as relating to our family or to our friends in how we do things. It's all built off of the concept of empathy, of understanding how someone else is thinking. Now, to presume that we understand the level that the gods think on, absolutely not. But to presume that they understand how we think, and some of that is reciprocated in their thought process as relates to us. your giving to the gods is about devotion, not about seeing how much money you can throw into the fire or how much time you can throw into the fire. As we've said earlier, the gods don't really need that or have a shortage of that. The idea is that you're giving a gift from your heart and it's well received. That doesn't have to be with the most expensive bottle of mead or something you've labored over for forever to give to them. If that is a sincere expression of your heart, then I'm sure it's well appreciated. But I think in terms of, other ways of gifting the gods besides just in the act of bloat, giving to the AFA so that the church of the gods grows and is magnified, that helps the gods. The gods don't have that and would have more of that if we contributed that way. Contributing to and us collectively giving the gods Hoffs is amazing because they didn't have Hoffs before we did that. So as a gift, maybe they want that more than they want, a really expensive bottle of scotch poured into the fire. Maybe they would rather their Hoff have a new roof or something. You've got to think, and there's no exact answer to that question. You've got to think in your own life, what would you rather receive from someone? Something homespun that they put a lot of time in making that may or may not be exactly what you want, or them going out and buying you a new car, or them taking you out on a really special day and showing you things you've never seen. How do you place a value on each of those things? It's very difficult. Sometimes somebody will gift you with an experience as opposed to with, a product. And so I think we overthink it on that a lot. Whether it's something you purchase, whether it's something you make, I don't think that's really the point of it. The point in gift giving has never been that. You do what you can. Some people offer their gifts to the god in the form of, I've composing a poem or a song, or maybe dedicating a performance. There's a lot of things you can do. And I know we're talking specifically about bloat, but I don't think that, there is a special connection if it's mead that you've made, but there's nothing wrong if it's mead that you've bought. There's a special connection if it's an animal that you've raised. There's nothing wrong with purchasing an animal to hold the communal feast and give to the gods and share with your folk. And I don't think looking at it that way does us any favors. I think that all of those things can be done and is an appropriate thing to do. Next question. Hi, guys. I know that the gifting cycle is the purpose of the bloat. What do you guys think about different steps to the bloat, and how important are those different steps and parts of the bloat? Svan, can you share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think one, it's very interesting because when you were talking about the logistics of how many people are involved, if there's a lot of people involved, the logistics of the bloat become based around making that happen. Sometimes with a comfort to the ceremony. So that can change. The steps are cultural. We have specific ideas of what we like to do during bloat, but they oftentimes can be changed based on the situation. Some people might say, or in essence, what I'm trying to get at is if somebody says to you, you need to have this and you need to have that, and you need to have this, a lot of that can change based on logistics. It can change based on place. And ultimately, it is about giving a gift. But culturally, we have significant things. And that's why, we know that our ancestors had, Gothar. We know that they had, a clergy, if you will. The idea is that as these things build, giving gift to the gods is one thing, but then it goes into, is there a Hlaut bowl? Is there a horn or a bowl or a vessel, if you will, because they didn't always use horns. That's more of a cultural thing now, to use horns during bloats, to use mead when we know that they used cider, they used ale, they used other things. Those are cultural things that we are doing now, just like our ancestors had, trends, if you will, that they culturally followed at their time. And a lot of people don't think about that, is that, there are these specific parts of bloat. I would say for the most part, bloat should be seen in three pieces, if you will. And this is very broad, because as you go to different hofs, they have different traditions and different parts and different things. But I think first and foremost, there is the beginning is the coming to, whether it's, making your way towards a sacred place. And in so doing, you're kind of going towards a sacred place within yourself and separating from the mundane. You're making that place around you sacred. And however you do that can have different parts. We process to the Vey, and we ring the bells to the Lanvatir, and then we galder, and the women bless the horn and bless the mead within the horn, and then we call out and ask the gods to invitation to please come be with us. And sometimes that involves blowing a horn. Sometimes that involves poetry or just reciting out. These steps are all just facets and cultural inclinations towards the beginning of the bloat, which is separating from and making sacred the place that we are, including ourselves. Then the middle part, of course, is that exchange, that gifting, where we give to the gods our devotion, our piety, our might, and then we ask that if we are worthy, and if we are saw fit by them to give us their blessings, then we are receptive to do so. We are absolutely willing to continue on and doing the cycle and carrying the name of the gods to the folk and bringing people home. That part in the middle there is that exchange. And then, we asperge out that blessing by the gods in devotion. And then from there, the last and final part is leaving. And that has its own, various things, whether it's some people blow a horn at the end, one single horn. Some people say a specific prayer. Some people, douse a light or douse the flame. There are lots of different ways in which people end, and then they sacredly leave, because you just don't, it's over, and then you just kind of get up and walk away. The process is about moving in, having the exchange, and then leaving with reverence and respect and thoughtfulness of the next time you're going to get bloat. So really, all of the stuff in between. I know that Dr. Flowers, or Edward Thorson, under his pen name, he listed 9. And if you talk to certain people, perhaps like Theodes, the Theodish groups or whatever, they have different steps and points that they feel build maybe more clarity or verification, or hold more true to the tradition that they wish to follow. But ultimately, one of the beauties, I think, of the Asatru Folk Assembly is, with the numbers that we have at Bloat, we could have 150 people. We accommodate based off of keeping it very simple in those 3 realms and what happens within those realms. Another thing I wanted to bring up is that the third part, oftentimes, not only does it contain the leaving, it also contains an activity. Perfect example would be like May Day, the dancing around the maypole. So, there's the entry in, there's the exchange, and then there's going to dance around the maypole as a cultural activity, and then a leaving. But there's generally always 3 parts, and anything in between there is, for instance, if you do come to the Hof and you hold bloat, you will see that we have significant steps and significant prayers that we conduct, but those have been organically brought about in the Gothar, in our traditions. Oftentimes, we build on each other, and we see connectivity in certain prayers. If one Gothar has a prayer that I find particularly devotional and poignant, I want to learn it, and I want to recite it, and I want to hold that intent as well. The lighting of a light, the burning of incense or smoke to give as a gift, the calling out to the gods and asking them to be with us, the exchange of visceral might, prayer, piety, and mead, or that exchange, and then aspergement and giving out of blessings, and then holding cultural specific, if it's like midsummer just happened, and at the end we go out, we burn a sun wheel, and then we hop the fire. That's something that Thorshof does. Not everybody hops the fire, but generally the sun wheel is burned at every Hof, and it's a symbol of the height of the sun, and also to the lament of the from that day forth is drawing down of the light, and it's coinciding with the loss of Balder amongst the gods. And so we have, based on individual holy tides, lots of different meanings in which we do that. But I've always tried to consider it in just 3 major steps. And even if it just means setting your space, having your exchange, giving thanks, and leaving. Everything beyond that, I think, is more of our cultural merit of our giving gifts for so long has created a culture and steps within itself that are worthy of witnessing and being a part of, coming to and enjoying your Gothar helping guide you through, and then you take that knowledge and apply it at home.
So I don't want to belabor this, but I think there's, the 2 points of that, or I guess 1 point about 2 parts that I'd like to make that's really important. Well, a couple points. So I'll go into it here a little bit. It'll be brief on this one. Everything you do needs a reason. Don't ever just go through the motions. If you're at a bloat and you don't understand, don't interrupt. But afterwards, ask the Gothi why each of those things happen that you have a question on, because it's important that you know. If you guys are chanting something or singing a song, or there's parts of it in Old Norse or another language that you don't know, ask, because it matters. Everything matters when you're doing it in a ritual context. Some people get confused and do like one horn that's giving and receiving and whatever else, and it's not thought out. It's very, very important to me that during bloat we have 2 separate rounds with that horn. That there's a giving completely separate, and then a receiving completely separate. Separating those 2 things is extremely important, because we're not just out there with mead that we need to figure out how to do something with, and we know that people need to have some of it and some of it needs to get poured out. The act of, we are giving you this gift, the end. We are now receiving your gift to us, the end. Those 2 completely separate things need to occur for that cycle to be complete. And it's really important that we keep those 2 very distinct, to my mind. And I think that's what I got on that.
Yeah, I think just what you just said, Asatru, is another thing too, is like whether it's 2 horns, if we're outdoors and we're at a horg, and or we're in a we have only a fire. The two horns could very well be the functioning way. For Thorsoff, for instance, we do our 2 rounds. The first round of giving the gift to the gods by passing around the horn. Once we pour it in, we have a Githya or a lady of the house, or the mead bearer. She goes forth. She pours that mead, our gift, into a vessel of the gods, and then she brings down the vessel to asperge with. So there is that distinction there, but that's not entirely always capable. Like sometimes you only have one Gothar, or you don't have a Githya or someone willing to do those things. So I think that the beauty of Asatru is that when you go to certain places, you see the way it has evolved internally in the Hoff, or based on the situation. At the same time, they always seem to follow that key cycling of giving gift and receiving blessing.
All right. So our next question from Sarah: how mindful should you be about who you stand in circle with for bloat? When at larger events, how can you be sure about the people you don't know? So my my answer to that is different than I think a lot of the old timers might answer that, because I wondered that too. That was something that I really wondered going to my first event. So I was used to, okay, turn the clock back. It was, 19, or I'm not, it wasn't 19 anything. It was 2010. And I went to my first event. And before I went to my first AFA event, I'd had a lot of bloats and sumbles at my house with, anywhere from 3 to maybe 10 people. And it was people that I knew really well. And that was the only environment that I'd performed the function in. The rule of thumb, and we talk about this, and it's not unimportant, it's absolutely important, but the idea that you're sharing your Haminya with the group. And like, you don't want to be in those kind of intimate rituals with people that, are unsavory and will diminish your luck in your Haminya, or will make you look bad in front of the gods, or hurt your reputation in that spiritual context. So I went down to this first bloat, and AFA was at a much earlier stage then, and some folks were in at that event that wouldn't be allowed in the AFA at this point in time. And I came back, and I was, concerned. I loved it when I was there. I loved everything I was doing, but then I started thinking about this, and I asked a mentor of mine at the time, and it's not just the negative that you get, but it's the positive that you get too. And you have to balance those two things together. Yes, I stood in ritual with some folks that I wouldn't, ideally want to stand in ritual with. But I also stood in ritual with Steve McNallen, the founder of modern Asatru. I stood with heroes of our folk and of our faith. And my choice was either accept the good with the bad of that, or don't and miss out on all of that. And I think that that's what's really important. I think the good of the amazing people that I did ritual with vastly outweighs the bad of some oddballs and homosexual folks that were there at the time that I wouldn't normally want to do that with. So I think that it was a net positive, and I don't look back on it badly. That same mentor of mine that I asked, he said that, you build up the Haminya as your spiritual armor to a degree. And yes, you're maximally safe if you keep that armor in your closet and you never go out. But the idea is you build up a certain amount of that so you can take some hits and you can do some things and you can successfully go through life instead of, we're all 100%, we're all very, very safe in our own homes. Every time we get in our car, we are less safe. Every time we go do anything, we are less safe and exposing ourselves to risk. But life is about exposing ourselves to risk, but getting the reward from the experience. And it involves, some taking the good with the bad. If you imagine, so when people really started harping on that, hey, we don't stand in circle with anybody that's not, 100% down or whatever, that originated out of groups of people that were having bloats in the 5 to 10 range. And when you don't know a lot of other Asatru, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But you've got to imagine in the world of our ancestors and in the world we want for our children and grandchildren, you're doing bloat with hundreds of people. Your town gets together, your city gets together to do bloat together with tens of thousands of people, perhaps. And I know that sounds ambitious from where we're sitting now, but keeping the principle in mind, and absolutely in our ancestors' time, your village did bloat together. And yeah, maybe if there was a complete scumbag in town that everybody knows about, you ask that guy not to be there, or they're outlawed and they're kicked out and not allowed. But you only have so much of that hyper quality control when you've got a very small number. If you have a village or a city at the time of 10,000 people that you want all to show up for bloat, you're going to have some people in there that diminish you a little bit, but you're going to have more in there. You're going to have your chieftain, you're going to have your warriors, you're going to have your elders in there with you as well. That the net gain is so much more than the net loss on it. So it's not that it's unimportant, but it's really important to keep it in perspective and not just look at the negative you potentially face, but look at the positive that you gain as well and balance the two. What are your thoughts, Svan?
That is 100%. That's the bulldozer cut to the bone point of it that I think people lose perspective on. They do have a tendency to focus on the negative. They do have a tendency to focus on something, and sometimes it's very valuable and it's very worth noting. Other times it can be arbitrary. Some people have, they don't want to share space with people for certain reasons, or perhaps the way they look or something of that nature. And at what point, I often think to myself too, is like, my intention is to live a life and live according to my deeds in hopes to bring that power, that might to the rest with the people standing to the left and to the right of me. And I think everybody should be incumbent on doing that. And sometimes you have people that show up and they don't have that until they get there. And then they realize, I should bring forth my best. I should try to live and be truthful to the gods. I should move forward and improve from here. And they get that from seeing other people. So if I understand, again, like keeping outlaws, keeping nefarious out, having standards is good and important, but also to not fracturing or spiraling into a form of complete, I only trust 3 people here, so those are the only people I'm going to bloat with. That is negative. That is not helping. That is not moving forward. That is not bringing the community together. And I think that we have to find that balance. And that involves, again, understanding that people come to the faith and come to the community under different reasons, under different contexts. And if you bring that positive, and if everyone brings, or as many people can bring that positive, that could be that moment that changes that person to also want to bring the positive, to change their life, to be better, to look better, to be healthier, to be clean of mind, clean of body, and go forth into those things. And you never know those opportunities you might miss if you just consistently, bar the door, on and on and on and on and on until there's only 3 people around you. So that is, deep into consideration. I think Sumble, and we'll get into Sumble too, is important in the sense that there's an exchange between the folk, but specifically too, it was your community. You would have people traveling over land to get to a place. Oftentimes, the host was well off and able to hold many people, or perhaps it was a designated and holy place where everyone got together and they held their honor and their trust towards the gods, even though they may have had some sort of rivalry or maybe disagreements or opinions about what somebody has done. You have to take those seeking middle knowledge, seeking midwise in the sense of it. You can't be open to everyone, obviously, but you can't also just whittle yourself down into, nullifying it to where you just become monastic and cloistered and it's only yourself at this point. That does no good at community building.
Yeah, I think it's really important to remember that, as opposed to other faiths that I think sometimes so in it's not to say there's not a community aspect in some of the Abrahamic faiths, because there is, but it's very overt in ours. It's about the communal worship of our gods. It's not just about your own personal development or, Odin being your personal Lord and Savior. That's not how this works. It's done as a community. It's done best as a community. And so that's what these things are really structured for. That's why it's different. I specified the difference. Going before your altar and making an offering is a little bit different than when we talk about Bloat. Bloat is a community event where we come together as a folk to worship our gods. And our numbers there are a testament to the gift that we are giving to the excuse me, I'm getting over a cough that I've had since midsummer. But yeah, doing that as a community, standing before our gods, is a testament and is a much more significant way to worship than just one guy in the privacy of his home. So yeah, and we've got several more questions here, but we'll have the break into Sumble here shortly as well. But we want to get to, I think, like 8 more of these first. Do you think it's necessary to dedicate a specific bowl to pour offerings at Bloat? I'm not eating soup out of it, but can it be used for other altar work? Svan, what are your thoughts?
I think, again, when we talk about cultural sense, there, having a specific bowl that you conduct Bloat with is important. It's certainly, again, separating from the mundane, making the sacred, but it's not sacred separate. It's sacred in usage and in merit of its use. So I think if you have a specific bowl that you give offerings in, but perhaps use them in other ways that also kind of express offering and worth, I wouldn't see it as a problem. It's just, again, like you said, if you use it, as just a mundane object, it's very strange because I've actually given gift in a canteen cup, and I that sounds so to me when I say it, but it's what I had, and it had significance because it was very important to me. Losing that item was not good, and so I would be amiss to say if you don't do it in a Bloat bowl, it's wrong. No, you're working towards perfection. It's the effort of your fee, of your feo, of your might, is constant effort towards working towards a perfect way. But sometimes it is about giving what you have at the time that you have it. So that is, I think, the most important. And if that ends up separating a bowl from all the other bowls that you have, and that's the only one you share with the gods, then you are making it that merit, that value specifically to the gods. If you use it to, I don't know what you might otherwise use it for, but perhaps I don't know. Some people would say like maybe perhaps looking into a bowl of water or something of that nature has significance to them for personal practice or perfecting themselves. But the idea again is it's really is about what you have and what you continue to build that effort towards.
So don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Um, that that limits all of us. If you want to have a special gold bowl that you use for bloat, awesome. If you can do that, fantastic. Um, I think that what we all can do is get a bowl and make it special and set aside for ritual, but using it for bloat and then also using it during a baby naming and also using it during another ritual, I don't think damages it. Maybe you have a special horn or a special bowl you just use for a bloat to a god that you're particularly close with. So a lot of stuff you can do to add extra pizzazz to what you're doing. And the more you do that, the more you build spiritual might in a special object that's ritually set aside. But don't let that prevent you from using what you have on hand if that's what you've got. I've done bloat in when I've gone in to do prison ministry with a paper cup and Mountain Dew. It's not ideal. It's not what I would have chosen, but it's what we had access to. And together we honored our gods. And that was the point. I've been at major AFA events. We didn't have a bloat bowl that was big enough. We didn't have something suitable. So we went into the camp that we were in and we got one of their, big stainless steel bowls from the kitchen that, I'm sure they used to mix up cookie dough and whatever else. And we used that because it was the best we had. And we needed something that was going to hold the liquid. And I don't think that was a dishonor to the gods. But again, if you have stuff that you can make separate just for those things, that's even more special. And it builds up a might of its own over time. Ritual implements build up a spiritual power. And when you take them from your home or to a hof or from a hof to something else, they retain that over the years. You pass those down, they retain that, and they have a spiritual might to them that adds to your ritual. And you forgo some of that with disposable things or with things that you use for other things. So there's good and then there's better. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Let me get the next one here. Can you talk about the AFA etiquette for non-believers observing bloat? What should those people keep in mind? Yeah, and I've got a couple of things I want to add on this. So we don't require that you be all in to stand in the circle and perform bloat with us. You can't be something else, though. If you are a practicing Christian or a practicing something else, then we do ask that you don't stand in our circle with us and perform bloat with us. That would be improper. But if you don't know and you want to open yourself to the gods and your intention is right and you're one of our folk, then absolutely, having you in the circle would be a nice thing if your heart's in the right place. You don't have to be a devout Asatru to have your first bloat, because if you do, some of those people will never have that experience that would bring them back to their gods unless they can experience it and be part of it. So that's a first stage. So for people who do want to just observe and don't want to participate for whatever reason, maybe they're just not right in their life. Maybe they've just got a bunch of stuff going on and they don't feel like they're bringing a good energy to it. Maybe they're not sure, but they want to kind of see how it goes. Maybe they're close family to people who are there participating in bloat, and they want to understand what their loved one's doing. What those people need to be made aware of, and it's not that you can just trust they're going to get it. Some people don't. Some people are dense, honestly. Some people aren't bad people, but if they're not religious people, they may not understand the seriousness of what you're doing. And so they may be goofy or whatever else. So it needs to be said that we need those people to observe respectfully and quietly. They need to not do things or make noises that distract from what we're all there to do. So, you may have someone at a ritual that it's their job to take pictures. Great. Do that in an appropriate way that doesn't disrupt the experience for those participating. I've had well-meaning people, but they're, like in my way when I'm trying to process in the circle, doing ritual and like all up in your space. No, the most important thing is worshiping our gods. Everything else comes secondary. So you don't want to distract from that connection. So people should not be intrusive, not get in the way, not make noise, whatever that noise may be. Their cell phone ringing, they're, hollering at something. If they have a child with them, the child's screaming and wailing and getting in the way. Be respectful that a ritual is going on and observe it respectfully. And I think that's common sense, but we can't trust that. So it does need to be said to folks before they observe. Do you have anything to add to that, Svan?
Yeah, just what you said. A lot of times when we have people that are going to observe or be there, most often the case is because they want to see what their loved one holds sacred and special to them, and they're going that step to see that. Oftentimes we'll have in the beginning, hey, if you guys turn off your cell phones, we don't want any like ringing or buzzing or clocks going on in the middle of bloat. So we have a tendency to cover that, or sometimes we might step them off to the side and say, hey, look, we're going to walk there. We're going to be holding special prayers. We're going to be doing certain things. And if you could just be respectful, be open, and at the same time, not do anything to detract from the folks that are there to hold this special moment with the gods, then you're more than welcome. And I think that every experience I've ever had when someone is observing, they participate with like entering in and then standing back, but they are watching, but they are quiet, respectful. Cell phones are off. They're not taking pictures. There's, things that are going on. And then when it's time to leave, they leave with everyone. And, many a times I've had folks do that. And then the next bloat, they participate. So there's also levels of participation. Sometimes I've had folks who are not of, they say they're not devout Christians. Because again, as Asatru, they said, if they're in a religious practice, and especially one that says that they're not allowed to participate in other practices, it becomes that troth sometimes has value in our society, in the sense that you shouldn't be, unless you really need to reconsider your word devout, or something of that nature if you're here with us. But if they're open to it, they may want to see, because they want to see things go. And then the next time they come in, they may not understand the divine in the heavenly sense of the gods, but they will honor their ancestors, or they will honor the folk, or they will honor everyone's might that's brought them there, and things like that. And then eventually, as they become more knowledgeable, they do become part of the entirety of it all. But for the most part, entering in with the right mindset, if they are willing to do that, then standing and observing, and keeping reverence and quiet, and not distracting. I think, that's the key.
So it's important to note that when Svan talks about entering in, he conducts bloat at Thorshof, where the Ve is inside. At Odenshof, we have our Ve. We do our rituals outside. We have a big ritual circle. Wherever you're at may be different. So the entering into the sacred space depends on the logistics.
Right. Yeah. The procession in might be more easy to just observe or to be respectful, but remain outside, especially if you're in a sacred place where there is a horg or a stone and an open space. But for like Thorshof, we have the Ve. So oftentimes we process from the hall to the Ve. And so they either, if they don't leave the hall, they're not participating. But if they are there to observe and to give respect to the people there, they will go with us, and then they will leave with us at the designated times.
And just to follow on mine, I should note that's something that Whit and Cliff Erickson always talks about. You don't have to be all the way in and 100% convinced to start trying, but you do need to have a good intention and be open. Sometimes, and speaking and just thinking about Thorshof specifically, one thing that I've heard from people that weren't Asatru is being able to feel a presence places. And if we don't allow them in those places, they can't feel that presence. If you walk into Thorshof, there is a presence in that place. When you look at Asatru in the beautiful mural that Svan painted, some of Thor is in that place, and you feel that. And I'm not going to say maybe everybody can't feel that, but many people can feel that. If you never get to go in there, then you don't have that experience. That could be what brings you home. I conducted a funeral one time, and the widow was Christian. I'm not sure how super Christian, but had Christian iconography on, and we were in the funeral parlor's room that they conduct funerals in. Usually they'll have a separate space for that, and it's usually a non-denominational just space that you can conduct funerals. When I invoked the Allfather and asked for him to be there and to witness what we were doing, this woman told me afterwards that it really shook her to her core because she felt a presence, and she felt that Odin was with us at that, and it really made some changes in her personally. And so if we didn't allow people to have that experience, if they had to claim to be, we don't ask for completely blind compliance with the gods. We ask for people to build a relationship with the gods the way that you would do otherwise. And you do that first by meeting people. If we don't allow them to have an introduction, it's very hard to ask them to have a sincere faith. So it's important to keep that in mind. So this one's from Monk. I'm going to build an outside place altar. Will I need to set the land apart before I complete it, or after it's built? Svan, what are your thoughts?
I would say yes, do that. It is in the Landnamabok, in the sagas of taking the land by fire. And what that means is, of course, carrying a light or carrying a flame, and setting that place apart, making that place hallowed and sacred, and creating that barrier that that when you walk in or walk to that place is sacred. I would say land taking is one of the ceremonial cultural things that we do. We have Bloat and we have Sumbel, but there are threshold ceremonies, as we often refer to them, and land taking, as we call it, where we set aside that place. We ask the gods to bless it. We ask the spirits of the land to witness that we are taking that land into our responsibility. and that, our duty to that land is symbiotic to respecting that place. And I think that's really important. So if you're building a harg outside and or a sacred place, definitely taking the time to walk that area with a light, and speaking out, saying that you are taking the responsibility of that place, and that place will then reflect your spiritual giving, your efforts, your piety, your fee, your feo, will be exemplified in that place, and that makes an obligation of responsibility upon you to keep that place clean and respectable, and well in the parameters of practicing your faith there. Especially if you take that step. I know a lot of times I've been places where I just held bloat in a place that was not separate. It was just I was off alone, or I was in a faraway country or something like that, and I might not ever be there again. But you have this place now, this sacred place, so exemplify that. And doing that, I think, would be in starting from that place and carrying that flame and bringing it back to the center of that place, and making your proclamations of responsibility for that place and what it will mean to you, and from that point on, and then live your deeds in maintaining it and doing sacred things there.
I would do it in 2 steps. And again, there's many right ways for you to do this. But I would do it in 2 steps. I would do something to set the land apart before you start, like right before you start. And then I would follow it with a, inauguration of it for its purpose once it's done. I think that, kind of opening and closing that process would be the best way to do it, in my opinion. Next one, will there be a new book published on our Blotaran ritual? I know the old book released from the AFA is no longer recognized. Maybe, but it would look really different. Currently, no, there's not a real plan to do that. And the idea is for a couple of reasons. First, the last, some of it is a mindset. The last book of Blotar was at a time in the AFA where it's easy to look back at our history and see imperfections or things that we fixed now that weren't good then, that aren't the way we would have done them then. But I don't want to disparage our history because we had to go through it to get where we are. At that time in the AFA, folks were a lot less pious. It was a lot more about your own personal artistic flourish with your bloat writing than it was about the fundamentals of religion and piety and worship of the gods. So we have a book of a whole bunch of people's like, well, this is how I do it. This is this cool thing I came up with. And it's much more about their own personal artistry than it is about proper bloat or about the gods. Now, we may issue something on, how a bloat is done, how a wedding is done, how a funeral is done. We may do that at some point. But what we really want to have happen in all of those instances is to have our Gothar conduct those rituals when they're able to. Because that's the beauty of us having priests to our gods, is having people who are versed in that, who are accomplished at facilitating that relationship between our gods and our folk, and to have them who are sacredly recognized to perform that function do these rituals. The AFA Book of Blotar that you talk about was done at a time where, bloats were something that individual groups of friends were doing in their backyard, as opposed to things that our Gothar were officiating. And so that's the direction we're certainly trying to go. We don't, if that's not available, we don't want that to prevent you from doing bloat to our gods by any means. But when that is available, that is the best way to have it done.
And I've had people reach out to me and say, because they're of the proximities of where they're at, and ask, what would be a good way? What would be a way to do this or to do that, and things like that. And our Gothar do offer guidance in those things as well, giving ideas and insights. Some people come into Asatru, they have kind of their own set ways, but when they reach out to ask the Gothar, like, what would be a good way to do something, because I can't go to the Hof, or I can't have a Gothar come to me, or things like that. We help in guiding in that too. And I think that's where we become more of a living tradition and an orthopraxy based church, where we build upon the set and organic cultural things, whereas opposed to like an instruction manual booklet with poems that a person could open up the book and simply read from. And I have seen people conduct bloats that way, and we're moving more towards a way in which is far more organic from that. And again, because of the disbursement and the lack of organization, I think in the past, that's one of the real reasons why it's not recognized, if you will, is because we're moving towards a more cohesive expression culturally as folk. So reach out to your Gothar.
There you go. A follow-up to Travis's question: will the Gothar be adding bloats to the website like Witan Callahan does? So you're catching me flat-footed, because I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware that Brandy was doing that. They certainly can if they'd like to. But I don't think that's necessarily a regular thing that all of our Gothar are going to do. I don't. And when I said that, I don't. Sure, Brandy can do that, and that'd be awesome. And honestly, I'm about to talk to Brandy about a wedding I'm going to be performing. So I don't. That's not a bad thing to do, but I don't think it's going to be something that all of our Gothar are doing. That's going to be a case-by-case basis, I
think. I try to communicate that with our folk at Thorshof, how to take the structures of our bloats home with them, and then they can understand it there and understand it at the Hof. And I think that's a huge learning thing that people gain from coming to the Hofs, is they can see, as opposed to just reading a blueprint, they actually see the application of the faith.
All right. So I'm going to go out of order and answer the question that just popped up, because I want to answer it while the person who asked it is still with us. User 123 just asked, please explain the reasoning behind the recent member expulsions. It sounds like there were some valid concerns raised over security issues. Were the expulsions in retaliation? No, absolutely not. And what I think is important to realize, you are not being told the truth. There wasn't expulsions of members. That didn't happen. There were a couple of people who were removed from positions of leadership when they did grossly inappropriate things with information. It wasn't that they raised concerns, but rather than raising concerns through channels and getting situations handled, they were broadcasting concerns to membership and encouraging those members to leave. When people within leadership act contrary to their leadership oaths, part of one of the things they oath to is that they serve at the Witan, and the Gothar's discretion. And so some people were removed from leadership for that. And the people who were, quote unquote, expelled, that wasn't the case. when people posted on social media that they had left the AFA or had quit the AFA, then we removed those folks as members. But no, those folks were still members in the database and just fine until those events occurred. And I'm really surprised that they would say anything different, because that's just not true. But one of the big issues during this that went on, those people cut off all communication with me and with higher leadership while they were expressing concerns to the masses rather than talking to us. And so that was a part of why maybe that wasn't communicated right, or maybe they thought that they were when they really weren't. But no, those people were not removed as members until they either told us they wanted to be removed or broadcast on their social media or other places that they had left. Concerns being raised, that's always encouraged. It always has been encouraged. I know you're taking, their word or my word, and I understand that, but I do promise you, concerns are always encouraged to be expressed. We always want to address security things immediately. And as soon as these concerns were brought to attention, we did address them immediately. That's always been something we want and have asked for and try to handle immediately when it is raised. But there was nefarious purposes involved in the way this was handled. And that's really, really unfortunate. But so thank you very much for coming on and asking. I said it earlier when we had a similar question at the beginning of the broadcast. Please always feel free to ask questions. And I appreciate you doing that. So back to our the normal flow we were doing. I just wanted to make sure that that was answered while that person was still on. This one is a really complex one, but I think it's a really important one. And I'm going to have you go first on this, Svan. Matt and Svan, how have the God's blessings manifested in your lives? And how have your lives changed since becoming Asatru?
The manifestation, quantifying blessing from the gods. First and foremost, it's worth noting when you have an interaction with the gods, when you have a relationship with them, there is a presence that comes into your life. And then to quantify the blessings of the gods is kind of seen gradually, or at least in my case, it's sometimes it's very immediate, but sometimes for me it was gradual. As I was working through times in my life, certain issues, I had to bring myself to be worthy. I felt like I was receiving guidance or directions. I was perceptive to the things that were around me, and I felt like I was being led towards the things I needed to do in order to make myself whole. And once I started making progress towards that and devoting my mind and my body to doing that, I began to feel that those blessings became more prevalent, more tangible, and more integrated within my life. And to the point now where I feel I see it. One thing that I think a lot of people don't know is like being a Gothar. A perfect example is in the sagas. There is a man who becomes a Gothi, and he's devoted to Frey, but he refuses to pay his weregild. He refuses to reciprocate during problems that are coming his way, and he falls flat culturally towards his obligations, and he then experiences a series of just consistent fortune and blessing are kind of turned off. And we see that when we talk about our Disir. We see that when we talk about our ancestors. We see that when we talk about the gods. So in reverse of that, there's also the living towards or moving towards or acting in accordance to a better way, more order in our lives, more discipline, more openness, more perception, becoming wiser and trying to act in accordance to that wisdom. then integrates these events that, it's different for everyone, but you begin to see them and take note to them. And you become thankful and continue the cycle. So first and foremost, I had massive amounts of confusion when I was younger. I had a great need and desire, and I felt a spiritual like investigativeness that I had to seek out and to understand things. And as I began to find my way home, I began to get answers to the questions I deeply had. And I also began to realize that much of my questioning and much of my desires had been put into context. That I was Asatru without fully even knowing I was Asatru. I had been Asatru before I could even quantify what that meant. And then once I realized that was the case, it didn't let me rest on my laurels. It let me pursue even more, and with a focused mindset towards understanding bigger perceptions, to reaching out, seeking that wisdom. And so the blessings that I have received in relationship with the gods is numerous, but it's kind of nuanced to me. And I could pick out, the bounty of my life, or coming back from the military and healing some of the problems that I had there. And a huge part of that was being guided by the gods. I feel that they guided me towards getting into a better understanding of myself and where I was and where I am now. And these things have happened even before I joined the military. I was confused as a young teenager, and I didn't quite understand, and I rolled in thinking and having perceptions, and I've always met people who've challenged my perceptions of things and made me think differently, or try to think differently, or mentor me as I've gone. And I've always felt that the gods have kind of connected me from point A to point B in this pilgrimage, or this quest to understanding them better. Really, it all ended up just, I always had the desire to understand more, and what that did led me down the path that I have been at. And it's always brought me, it hasn't absolved me from pain or anything of that nature. In actuality, I wouldn't want it to. Life is about experiencing all of those things. And that's one of the joys of life, is experiencing all of those things. And I wouldn't ask the gods to absolve me from the ups and downs of life, but they have always guided me towards the correct way. If I'm not clouded in my mind, if my actions are correct, and if they're not correct, I have felt the loss of that, or at least maybe it's in me. And I feel very importantly that the gods are watching me. And if I'm not meeting those standards, it bothers me. And that is part of that kind of rudder system that guides me. It's the wind in the sails and the rudder. My actions are the rudder, and the wind in the sails is that divine push towards the horizon, towards the proper paths, towards the better way to understand things. And so those blessings have led to a better understanding of things. I've never been at a point where I felt that my understanding in the past was better than where I am now. And I realize now that my understanding will be better as I go forward. So what those manifest into are different for different things. My children, my wife, my home, my life, all of these blessings that I've received, and seeing other people, and their challenges in their life. And I know I could have those challenges too, but I have felt that because of my willingness to bring the gods into my home, to accept the divinity, much like the folk accepted the divinity of Heimdall into their life and come back home and move forward, has led me down the path that gives me blessings and at least the spiritual wherewithal to be thankful for those things as they come into my life. And they've also given me the strength when I, encounter challenges or encounter loss. And you suddenly begin to realize that the blessings even happen in the worst of situations. They help you calibrate yourself for those situations because you're not absolved from them. And that in too is a blessing in and of itself in a lot of ways. And so it's kind of hard for me to quantify. I couldn't give a list, but I feel that it all started with me wanting to know more and have those perceptions. And I feel that the gods have led me down that path to a better understanding of the whole, the perception of it all, and understanding the fabric of what it all means and why. And it's ongoing now still.
So this is really a challenge for me because and this is one of the blessings of the gods to me, but my life has become about the AFA. So how the gods bless the AFA has a big reflection on how I feel the God's blessing in my life because of my involvement with the AFA. Not just now as Alzheimer Gothi, but ever since I've joined the AFA, I've been very active in it. So the God's blessings for the AFA, I feel them personally. But separating it from that to just me and my life, Asatru is about coming home. It's not about converting to Asatru. It's about reverting to Asatru. Asatru is our natural state, and it's our natural, it's what we should be. It's what we're meant to be. It's how we were designed to be. And coming home to that, everything fell into place. And I say everything, life's never perfect, but so many things that were incongruent became congruent. So many pieces that didn't fit did fit. I wasn't trying to beat a square peg into a round hole. And when our folk embrace, Christianity or a foreign faith, no matter what it is, there's a conflict between that and the very core of your makeup that you have to force or manipulate or try really hard to make work and make balance. And whereas Asatru flows naturally, and all the pieces of my life came together in really special ways that way. I feel that my marriage to Mandy is one of the blessings of the gods. We were brought together by friends of ours within the AFA at an AFA event at Winter Nights in the Poconos. I was living in Alaska and she was living in Florida. We couldn't have been further apart in the United States, but that almost instantly worked. And and now she's my wife, and that's been huge. The friendships that I've made in the AFA, and some of them have ended dramatically in heartache, unfortunately. But my friends are AFA members. My friends and my family are AFA members. And that has added so much to my life overall. I can't describe how much that's been. To have deep friendships with people that share my worldview and my faith means the world to me. My daughter, Aubrey, is a blessing from the gods. Mandy and I were both 39 when we had Aubrey. We didn't know that was going to be something that we could have. And the fact that we do and how amazing she is, that's a blessing of the gods in our lives. All those times in ritual and the way that I've felt, honestly, I'll say this is a blessing of the gods. You guys see me on here, and I promise none of it's put on. I get really moved by some things and I tear up by stuff often. I'd say more so than a lot of people. And I think that ability to feel those things on on that level is a gift from our gods. I feel so blessed that I've had those experiences and that I'm capable of internalizing them as deeply as that. Yeah, all of my life since I've come home to my gods has started to synergize and work together and complement the other pieces of my life instead of being separate and incongruent. I truly feel the blessings of our gods each and every day. And I feel it much more so than I could possibly explain. But that's a stab at some of the ways I feel those blessings in my life. What's next here? I think we're almost to Sumble time. All right, last question before we start talking about Sumble. 2.5 hours in. This one's from Super Honky. What? I just had to read the name because it entertained. What's the Asatru Folk Assembly's criteria for deciding European heritage? Do they have to be 100% or can they be 70%, etc.? Whatever you guys do, it's working better for European cohesion. So we refuse to play that game. And I know your question was genuine. I don't mean any disrespect that way. But when people get hyper focused on a number, it takes within reason, there's a certain amount of art to it rather than science. Your soul complex is a little bit different than what ancestry might say your DNA percentage is. Animal life, biological life on Earth has been able to smell us or other since the dawn of time. If you look at someone, and so this is in all right, my preamble, you can tell whether somebody's us or not us. And that may not be as clean as some people whose minds are very, very analytical, because a lot of people are very, very analytical. They need numbers and categories, and some people's brains work that way more so than others. But it's the honest answer. The AFA's standard has always been, if you look like us and are clearly identifiable as us, and you don't say you're not us, then you're us. And that's kind of the standard. And it's not a perfect standard. No one claims that it is, but it is a good and useful standard. It's one of the reasons that I use white in our verbiage. White has become, some kind of dirty word or something that when you say it immediately makes people entrench into political stances on this, that, or the other. And it shouldn't, because saying black doesn't. Identifying white is very meaningful. And this may be different to international audiences, and I understand that because stuff may be different. But in the United States, we all, since we're kids, when you fill out paperwork at the doctor's office or job applications or surveys or any number of things, when it says race or ethnicity, you have boxes that you check. And if you check that white box, that kind of tells you. We all know who checks that box and who doesn't. You know what box you're supposed to check. If you check that box, then that's us. And I know that's clunkier than some people would like, but that is the standard, and it's worked for us and will continue to do so. Svan, if nobody had ever heard about Sumbel before, and they have no idea what we're talking about. Because if you type sumble into your phone, it comes up with the red squiggles under it. It's, you've misspelled it or it's not a word. So tell folks the basics of what sumble is.
Okay, sumble is...
Remove the red squiggle.
Okay, sumble, I want to go like immediately into the etymology of the word, because it is quite an interesting story, especially when we talk about like words like church and things, that there might be actually some evidence that the word sumble has congruence in Greek and in Germanic, showing again the origin of where language is derived from, Proto-Indo-European or the Aryan folk. But the ultimate thing I would say is, for people that are coming in, it's a cultural ceremony that involves the gods, our ancestors, and the people present, building and unifying them or creating tangible connections between them in a formalized setting. And that setting is inside a hall, or in a sacred place, or a place that is set aside to where the folk gather, and they conduct a toasting ceremony. So it is a toasting ceremony that involves 3 rounds, and which is focused on the leader of Sumble, who designates when it's going to begin, when each round is going to take place, and what's going to happen. And for the most part, it is always 3 rounds. So it's a 3 rounds of toasting that involved building sacred connections between everyone present. So the first round is always dedicated to the gods, and people will stand and hold their the horn. The sacred horn is filled, and they are given the horn, usually by a mead bearer, and she will hand off to you this horn, and the first round is given in thanks to the gods. Oftentimes people will speak why they are giving thanks. Other times they don't, and they hail or give thanks to the gods, a specific god, or all of the gods in general. It can vary. Sometimes it's based off of people's knowledge. Other times it's based off of people's experiences. Once that goes all the way around to the head of the Sumble, the next round is begun, and that round is to ancestors, and it is generally given up in thanks for those who have sacrificed to get us here. Sometimes people don't have a full knowledge of their ancestry. Unfortunately, in modern times, a lot of people get displaced or disjointed, or things get lost, or something happens. So sometimes it's just to the ancestors in general. But again, it's all based on the individual. Some folks honor maybe a small group of ancestors. As it goes around through, you will often hear the stories as we speak of these events about the person. Because again, the point is to speak to others about the goodness or the value or the worth of the ancestor that we're talking about. So the second round has a tendency to be very personal, and often involving learning about ancestors of the folk around you that you never knew before. And it can be something as simple as stating a name. Other times it could have a whole entire story behind it. And so the middle round has a tendency to be the one that I think has the most intricate gravity to it. As it goes around, the third round begins again, starting with the head of the Sumble. They state forth now that the horn that's going to be passed is to heroes, and there is something we call toasts, boasts, and oaths. And this is where it becomes very open. At this point in the third round, you are looking at the possibilities of people reciting poems to the gods, to their ancestors, to the folk. Some people will just simply give thanks to the hosts, or to the event, or to the folk, by and large. Other times it can be heroes, people that they're not related to, but feel a great calling to give honor to. Or it can also be a time in which they boast about a a hurdle that they have had set before them, or they challenge themselves and they achieved that. And that is a time in which you can take great pride in something that you were trying to do and explain to the folk there that you achieved it. And that's what we mean by the boasting. And then there's also a chance there. Sometimes there's gift giving. Sometimes it's something as simple as giving recognition to a person at the table that has helped you, or physically giving a gift. Can be done more often. That's done during, like, say, around Yuletide. But that third round is very, very organic and open. It can go into truly interesting and beautiful directions. And once that third round ends, it is usually closed by the head of the sumble, and then the folk are free to move and to go about. But generally during that time, the area is closed off unless you need to go to the restroom. That, of course, is completely, but you want to move in and out as nondescript as possible, and it's to not give offense to the folk that are there speaking. And generally afterwards, things are opened again. Sumble is usually done by natural light. Oftentimes we put candles on the table. We quelch the electric lights and go to flame. That's more of a cultural expression of how we want to bring things into a serious note. And this ceremony becomes this 3-round toasting process that, again, at the end of it, it's building connection to the gods, it's building connections to our ancestors, and it's building connections between us as people. And that's ultimately the purpose of Sumbel as its iteration now in modern Asatru. It's had various forms before for various purposes, but in modern Asatru, that is, if you've never done a Sumbel, that's what you're looking at getting involved in.
So this is funny because we're flipping the script. Svan gave a very Matt answer. I'm going to give a Svan answer.
Oh.
So our existence, our cosmos, is centered around a tree. This world tree is that which is manifesting, that which we inhabit, that which exists. This is our existence. And all those things reside within this tree. The tree is fed by a well. What our deeds and our actions, events, feed into that well. If bad things and poisonous things flow into the well, the tree withers and is unhealthy. And, branches die and leaves fall, and it's not maintained well. If it's cared for with beautiful things, with things that uplift, with things that, with achievements, with victories, then the tree flourishes and it grows and it's strong and it's healthy. Sumbel is a microcosm of that. We're sharing our collective weird for a time when we're doing Sumbel. That's why it's very important that we speak powerful, good words into the horn. And everything that Svan said is absolutely correct. But by doing that, something magical happens in ritual. We become worth more than the sum of our parts. Recounting the deeds of heroes, celebrating our ancestors, honoring our gods, celebrating the achievements of our folk, strengthen that, and they strengthen us. And it strengthens us far beyond if we just sat in front of our altar by ourselves and recounted these things to our gods. Doing it as a united folk, we share in the experience of others. If we sit there and you honor your great grandfather who is a hero, I get a little bit of that benefit from sitting with you who's honoring your grandfather in that circle. I'm made more than I was before by that. When you share and you boast, it's not it is bragging. It's literally where the word came from, was the bragaful. But it's not the mundane bragging that we think of today where you're being a jerk. It's genuinely acknowledging accomplishment so that we can all share from it and we can all celebrate it together. So conversely, if you speak ill over the horn, if you make oaths over the horn that you don't fulfill, if you brag about things that are lies, that aren't true, if you raise a horn to evil things, if you are sloppy drunk and slurring your speech and you say disrespectful or crass things over the horn, we're all disproportionately hit with it too. We all take a hit that's bigger than just the infraction of, somebody said a curse word. No, we all have a little bit more of a hit than we would have had normally. So that's going to lead into another question here that we'll answer, but that's the esoterics of the ritual. The mechanics of it is exactly what Svan just explained very well to you.
I wanted to say too, when I was talking about the Greek and Latin in connection to, so there are two kind of theories about the etymology of the name Sumbel. It's very akin to, like, say, the Latin or Greek word of like symposium, the idea of a council or a gathering of people. But there are theories that it could have survived in Germanic sense as being kind of a cross between council and siblinghood. So like a sibling or a simul, simul being council and siblinghood or sibling as being family. So there's kind of a both are there. And then alu or ale. And the idea is, again, the focal point is the horn and the ale. And so the council or gathering together around the sacred ale that's being passed. And that ale becomes a visceral, almost like a microphone or it is the transferable substance that takes our words to the gods, to the ancestors, and also to Weird itself that interweaves with us. I wanted to talk about the rounds because I wanted to make sure that people understood exactly what was going on. But yes, the metaphysical part of that is that horn is that connective liquid that is represented as the well, represented as the Weird itself. And it's at first, Al-Sarigothi will always, say the sacred word ale, alu, into the horn, and igniting that sacredness through the word and through the vibration. And that has, even though it's very subtle, has a very important point, is that from that point on, all words that are spoken over that horn reverberate with the initiation of that power. So it's very important that you have Sumbel etiquette, which also brings us into a thulur. I wanted to cover that too. Sorry, that was my segue into what a thulur is.
No, it's important. That's actually the next question that that brought up the switch to Sumbel. But I'm throwing in a question before that I skipped because I noticed I skipped one on accident. Producer Nick asked a question. What would you recommend for a mead blessing prior to bloat when no women are present? Would the alu chant suffice similar to the imbuing for Sumbel? First, unless it's very intentional, if there's no women present, then you have other things that need to be worked on. No, I'm trying to think of, honestly, unless it has been a very specific mannerbund kind of thing, or the few bloats that I've conducted doing prison ministry, I can't think of one in a very long time within the AFA that hasn't had women at it. But your question is still a valid question. And yes, that's what I would revert to. But what I think is also worth noting, if you do have a woman going to be at your Sumbel, that's not a member of leadership, not, hasn't been in the AFA long, this is new to her as well, I would encourage her to reach out to Agithya and learn what they do so that she can do that function. But our next thing is from Cody, All's Harry Gothi and Witan Svan. When in Sumble, what is the purpose of the thial or thuler?
Right. So, again, if you're talking about like if the origin of the word is Anglo-Saxon, people will say, like a modern English, they'll say thial. In Old English, it was thila, and amongst the Norse, it was thulur. But it has a very even though linguistically separate, they're actually very, very connected.
So, Svan, while you're on it, I do have a question. Why is it pronounced thial, yet sumble is not pronounced symbol? Because it's also spelled with that Y. That was an Anglo-Saxon thing that I was curious about.
Well, and that's the thing. I've seen it spelled with a Y. I've seen it spelled with a U. Mm-hmm. And the only thing I can get is the gray zone between sibling and like the council is that sometimes it's spelled with a U, sometimes it's spelled with a Y. I've seen it more spelled with a U than with a Y, but when it comes to the thila, the usage of that as being a double E sound, is known as, whereas symbol or sumble, I've always seen it with a U. So where the Y comes in and still making the oo sound, I'm not 100% sure, because I'm not 100% on Anglo-Saxon linguistics. I maybe should reach out to like Leonida Ailed English and ask him perhaps. But the usage of the word thulur is as a wise man, a person of station who has wisdom, and that wisdom is in maintaining etiquette. So the thial or thulur is one who's designated off to the side to make sure that etiquette is maintained. And if there is a correction, if there's somebody, if the thial speaks out, if the thulur speaks out and says, hey, perhaps this is out of time, this is not good here in this place, it is not seen as an offense unless you go against it. If you acknowledge and then make sure that you're within that maintenance of etiquette, it is seen as acceptable and without losing face or honor, because you're corrected and then you listen and you continue on within the realms of etiquette. If you go against that, that is considered very much a cultural wrong. If you go against the thulur in sumble, and I think it's mainly because when we're talking about feasting, sometimes some sumbles, people are eating and drinking while the horn is going around, and then others, they might be partaking in a drink while the sacred horn is going around. But the idea again is that in these situations you have to make sure that it is done with etiquette, and imbibing too much and showing a loose tongue and a loose mind, and having your mind being unfettered by and undisciplined is also seen as a faux pas. Again, as you said, like if somebody starts speaking unpiously and incorrectly, or swinging out and saying foul words and things like that, the thulur may simply raise the hand or stand up and say, that's not correct. You should be mindful of the words you're speaking right now.
Well, and I wanted to add a couple of things. First, so to follow directly on where Svan's at with the drinking, it's a fine line. There is a reason that this is a drinking ritual. And you don't have to. There's situations where maybe you don't want to. Maybe you are struggling with addiction, maybe that's a reason not to. Maybe you're pregnant, maybe whatever the situation might be where you don't want to drink alcohol. But there is something special about drinking the alcohol. The idea being that when you're, get a little bit buzzed, you more freely open of yourself, you more freely speak your heart. Was relatively recently, just a few years ago, that I realized that the term in vino veritas, from wine truth, was a Roman reference to the Germanic tribes because they had this drinking ritual. You're inclined to speak more honestly when you've had a little bit. But the balance, and this was honestly, to our ancestors, this was an art form, to be able to be a little tipsy, but also keep your wits about you and maintain that balance correctly, was an art, and thought very well of a man to have the ability to do that. So there's inspiration, and there's special things that happen when you are a little bit intoxicated. And it's a very fine line between when you're a little bit too much intoxicated and you make a fool of yourself, or you act improperly. So one of the things, and this is something we do within the AFA, I appoint a thuler before each of our AFA sumbles, the times I remember, and don't have to scurry at the last minute. And I do that for a reason. They've got to be the bad guy. They're the guy that when you're toasting about your mom and you curse or you start getting out of line or whatever, they're the ones that have to stand up and say, hey, now watch what you're doing. Hey, watch what you're saying. They've got to be that jerk. And it's important to me that I take the heat from that. Like, no, this is what I've asked them to do. They didn't step up and volunteer to be this guy. I told them that's their job to do. Because it is really important. That person's not out to be rude or out to mess up your toast. Their job is to protect the sacrality of the event that we're doing for the benefit of all of us. And it's a really important job for them to do.
I wanted to bring up too, in the Anglo-Saxon, it's spelled Symle, Simla, and the modern is Sumbel. So there is a difference there, and I would pronounce it Simla or Simle, because it's spelled quite different than the modern version of Sumble. I just wanted to bring that up because I have the Beowulf, where it says, sit now to sumble and unseal your thoughts. Of victories, glory to men, as your mind encourages you.
And so that's one of those things. I know very little about being able to read Anglo-Saxon in the vocabulary, in the word usage, and in the pronunciation of letters that would seem common, because it's not. Your pronunciation of letters in Anglo-Saxon is different. So next question, and this one harkens back to the first question of the broadcast. Matt, now that you mentioned Ravenfolk, I wanted to ask your thoughts on the Wisconsin Rural Folk Society. Wasn't the leader of that organization also a former AFA member? I did not bring up Ravenfolk. It was asked as a question, and I answered on it. I don't like to bring up other groups of people or talk ill of them unless somebody asks. If you ask, I'm going to give you an honest answer because that's my job. But I don't want to sit around trashing other people. That's not really what I want to spend my time or our focus on. Yes, but I say that. No, thank you for asking your question. I'm glad that you asked. Yes, the member of that group is a former AFA member. That group doesn't have a great reputation, and from what people bring to my attention, they spend a lot of time talking negatively about the AFA. The gentleman that runs it, one of the things that I'll say, most of the breakaway organizations by people that were former AFA members, one of the commonalities is a step backwards in Asatru to a more, to a less high religion form of worship and a more sitting around the campfire and lawn chairs kind of version of doing things. And I think that's something that he finds himself much more comfortable in. And that's kind of a thing that he's going for. But yeah, I don't have anything positive to say about him or that organization. Our next question. I have a question. I felt apart from the folk for no reason at all. How can I contribute more with the AFA community? There are lots of ways you can contribute more to the AFA community. First and foremost, get out there and interact with other AFA members. Not sure exactly your geography or how close you are to other members, but assuming that, you're within a reasonable distance, get together with AFA members. Worship our gods with AFA members. Honor our heroes and ancestors with other AFA members, and that will get you more involved. You can volunteer for the AFA in a number of capacities. I don't know what your skill set is, but if you talk to your folk builder, there may be some good ideas of something that you do particularly well that could, help the AFA along in ways. Participate online if you can, or if you can't get to interacting with people in your area, you can always get on our various MeWe groups and interact with other AFA members there. And that can make you feel closer and can be a very, very real thing in building bonds and relationships. And if you, are economically able, you can certainly help out by contributing. We've got a Hoff we're trying to pay off, another one we're trying to get here soon, and land at Sigerheim that we've got stuff to do on. So contributing that way is always appreciated, but there's a lot you can do. Reach out to your local folk builder and they can, work with you on ways that you'd like to contribute more to the AFA. Next question. What advice can you give to young men who maybe didn't have a strong masculine father figure in their life? How can they learn to be more masculine and manlike? Svan, go ahead and take a swing at this one first, if you will.
That's very broad in the sense. I mean, first and foremost, I think, again, much like the last question, seeking out mentorship, if you will, finding people who can help guide you towards that achievement, whether that is, that may take the form in many different ways. For me, growing up, I found a lot of mentorship in martial arts and in, teachers that were teaching me self-defense and martial arts of those things. I learned from a core group of men in there that helped me understand things as I was a young teenager. Oftentimes, and just for context, my father, on the onset of teenage years, separated from my family and left. And so I did not dwell alone in that. I actually sought out mentorship and in many ways, whether it was, I had a wrestling coach and I had Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu teacher and many other members of the school that were of age. If you're connected to a community, if you're connected to, if you have Asatru folk in your area and you have people that have skills and things, seek out mentorship. Seek out people that can help guide you. It does open you up. It is a trial and error. It is about learning what you might need at the time and trusting people, because again, when you go looking for information, some people, you have to be able to kind of gauge their intentions. You have to be able to gauge the worth of their knowledge, especially in the time of your life. But when you're a young man, I think it's important that if you're missing it from your father, seek it in mentorship amongst your community and amongst your folk. That's the first place. Again, this was before the internet, so I didn't have a lot of these kind of internet celebrities that espouse themselves as being some sort of kind of like masculine paragons. And again, everything on the internet has a tendency to be, glittery on the front, but under the surface can have a lot of issues there. I think that it's more worth to have a more localized connection. So, finding interests that you have, whether it's martial arts or mechanics, or even if it's intellectually, like maybe not so much hands-on, finding people within your community around you that exemplify masculinity and the tenets of what you think is important to learn, or things that you might need. Again, learning, about the value of yourself as a man comes oftentimes from mentors that have a better understanding of that, other than say notions. They have notions of what being a successful man is, but that success is based around perhaps money, or just, or women, or clout within your field. But you need to take a stock of their success based on what you desire. If they have a solid, family life, if they are an honorable father, they have children, you should reach out to and learn from them. Try to spend time with them, build community with them, or perhaps again, like it's maybe in a controlled state, like at a school, or at the Hof, or within a kinfolk that gather. Reaching out to them, and also I think ultimately, once you kind of surmise that they are a fit, telling them what you're doing, give them your intentions. I'm out here looking for knowledge. I'm looking for help. I'm looking for guidance. And everything I see about you right now is what I want to try to achieve. Can you guide me? Can you help me? Because sometimes a lot of it too is about being open and honest. And a lot of people that have grown up may never even realize that they're being looked upon by other people as an exemplar of what they're doing. They're just doing as they do. And that will really, I think, build those bonds and relationships that can help. But this is, I'm talking very, very broadly, because again, that definition of things. And even after I received mentorship, I still joined the military because I felt like that was one of my attempts to achieve towards masculinity and that expression of what I was trying to do in my life. So you have to realize too, it's not constant. It's not permanent. It's timely. And you use the skill sets that you gain to move into the next sphere and the next sphere until, it may never end, or to your point where you reach where you feel like you've gained all the positive that you can. And then you should try to seek out and become a mentor to young men that might be looking for guidance in those things.
So this is one thing that a lot of young men face these days. And there's a lot less opportunity for it, certainly as overtly as there has been in the past. What I will say is, don't LARP masculinity. Don't realize that you have a deficiency and then go try to become a parody of what you think men are supposed to act like. I think that always looks bad, always is delivered bad. I think men and women both can smell that a mile away, and any actual improvement has to be authentic. I don't think you do anybody a service pretending you're something bigger and badder and better than you are. What I do think is really important is to pick the things that you wish you were better at and try to fix those. And the way to do that is going to be different depending on your opportunities, your inclinations, and where specifically as a man you feel that you are lacking. One thing that's really nice is in the AFA, we have a lot of people who do a lot of different things. So depending on what that might be, there's a lot of people to help out younger men, to help them develop those skills, or those characteristics within themselves. I didn't have a lot of interaction. I didn't have almost any interaction with my father between, when my parents got a divorce in sixth grade, I think. And then, I don't know, a couple of years into being an adult. So like that time as a young man going through, puberty into young adulthood, I didn't have an active male role model that way. And I had a lot of things that conceptually, all my heroes are, I grew up as a kid in the 80s and the early 90s, and all my heroes were these big, larger than life pro wrestlers or Stallone and action movies and things. But in reality, I found myself scrawny and like skinny fat and with no ability to talk to people socially, much less talk to girls socially, no ability to do any of these things, and so far away from the person I envisioned myself as or I wanted to be. And it had never occurred to me, like, why don't you start trying and you could be a lot closer than you are now? So, right around the time I graduated, it was shortly about 6 months, a year after I graduated high school, I decided, I was going to fix some stuff. So I started going with a friend of mine to the gym. He had been a high school athlete and knew a little bit about lifting. So we went in there and gave it a shot. First, I didn't know what I was doing, but I looked it up. I used to read the bodybuilding magazines and trying to, look at some of the websites and figure out how to do different exercises and how to make it all work. And then I tried to figure out, how do I eat to get bigger? How do I do these things? And this took a long time, getting in better shape, especially as a young man. Building muscle is very difficult. So it took me a really long time, it took me a lot of years to get that where I wanted to go, but I felt good when I went to the gym. I felt like I was getting better. I felt like I was making progress, and it may have been slow, but I felt good. And I felt good that I was surrounding myself with other people out there trying to improve themselves. I always wanted to go to real gyms, not like Planet Fitness or little, senior citizens get kind of a little bit in shape gyms, but like meathead gyms, gyms with athletes in it, because surrounding myself with other people that were doing that, I could learn things. I could watch them do things and figure out how that's done. And I could just be around other people trying to achieve excellence at something. And that helped me a lot. And, I will always remember I got really used to, just being this mousy person. And, you'd be somewhere, and other folks, sometimes folks that don't look like the rest of us, would bump into you and then turn around and act like it was your fault, or, you know, you'd get treated that way. And I remember one day when people's perception of me really changed because of some of the things that I was doing. I was at the bar, and this guy bumped into me, and like it caused him to spill some of his drink, and he turned around to, you know, give me a piece of his mind. And then he's like, "Oh, whoa, man. Hey, I'm sorry. My fault. My fault. Can I buy you a drink?" And it occurred in my head like, wow, this is, you know, I've made some progress here. That's cool. Another thing, you know, I'd never been in a fight. I'd watch all this stuff, but I didn't know how to handle myself in a confrontation. So I found the roughest bar in town, and I joined being a bouncer there. And there was a team of guys. So I got a little bit of that manner boon. I got all these guys that have been doing this for a while. I got the ability to figure out how to do some things myself, but I had, there was 13 guys at the time. So if I got in over my head, I had people there to look out for me and make sure that I was all right. But I learned a lot about myself, and I've got cool stories from, fights and other stuff that were fun and awesome, but I learned so many more things by the interaction with other people and how to deal with people outside of what I was used to, how to deal with different types of people, with people who are angry, with people who are on drugs or drunk or having a mental, psychotic episode or various other things. I got comfortable with conflict to where I could deal with it, and I could manipulate the conflict in a way to keep people safe, to protect people, to keep my guys safe, or to handle stuff if things had to go there. And I learned a lot. I was so very fortunate to find that. And I think that's going to look different for every guy. But, my biggest thing is target those. And so another thing, like socially, again, I still wasn't a social butterfly, but I could be in a situation where I was at the happening, night spot, and people had to talk to me. Because if I'm working the door, you have to come to me. You have to talk to me. If I'm uncomfortable, I can touch my little earpiece and go take a call. And I'm working. So it all, find the things that you are weak at and do stuff to get better at those things. And that's what I would recommend. But like I said earlier, and I've seen this with people in some of the circles that I think we all run in, is you get these guys that maybe didn't have a strong male role model and want to be hyper masculine and white Sharia now and all this other stuff. And it just becomes silly and inauthentic. And I don't think that that helps anybody. Okay. So, all right, I want to get your take on this, Svan. Can you explain how the horn is cleansed after an inappropriate subject during sumble and why it's important to do so?
Absolutely. Sometimes the horn is switched. I have seen the entire process stopped. Oftentimes the thuler determines this, in which the horn is switched and refilled. But that is very rare, and oftentimes, I could say like 99% of the time, it's never been that grievous. But that one time that it did happen, the horn was removed, but the decision to keep going was there. The person was removed, the horn was removed, the libation was given out, and then the horn was refilled. Because again, the idea is that if you let one situation ruin it entirely for everyone, but oftentimes in the time that I've seen it, the horn was completely switched. The other horn was taken, libation was given, and then it was cleaned and left till the next time, Generally salt and water is usually just kind of swished, and then you go in there and clean it out, clean the outside, and then you put it up. But yeah, thankfully the benefit of having multiple horns was there. And so the person got irate. The Thuler actually stood up and said, "You've gone too far. You can't be in this. This is not good." People were, again, that turbulence was there. And then it was restarted. And the head of the Sumble took over the situation from the Thuler and said, "We're going to start this round anew, and we're going to go without this person who clearly overstepped their bounds in the sacredness of this ceremony." So the leader of the Sumble is also very important about resetting and smoothing things out. The Thuler, of course, has his position. Oftentimes, like when we call the fleeting, the FLYTING, the fleeting, when the Thuler gives the fleeting or an opposition against someone who's speaking out of turn, sometimes that can be resolved there. But if it is particularly egregious, either libating out the sacred mead and then refilling and having the leader restart while also having that person that's out is a good way, because I don't think it's good to, let's say for instance, if you don't have two horns, to stop everything and throw everyone off, because again, the idea is to continue on despite again, people's misgivings or very unwise actions, and you continue on with the ceremony. But if you do have two horns, definitely sometimes that's required. It's been so long. That was so long ago, and it's only one Sumble I've ever been in that ever happened, because I think everyone that comes into Sumble is there with that purpose. A lot of people might not be in the right mind, or they might feel under the weather and they don't want to be involved, so they might stand out. So a lot of times you'll have people that don't participate in Sumble, and generally they do it. If you're around good folk, they'll do it with the right mindset, but they're not going to get involved. But
I've never been in a situation where that's happened. I've heard that some people have taken it to the point where they've destroyed the horn. Like, nope, not right. We can't clean this. Let's throw the horn in the fire and start fresh. I've never been in a situation where that's happened. I'm trying to think, and there's one time that I think, maybe we should have poured out the horn and refilled it, and we didn't, because it would have just been two times, a couple of times. So we try to learn from that. In the moment, very often it's hard to discern, and then it goes on. But yeah, it's important to stop. And I would say the entry level, and again, some of this depends on intention. I've had Sumbles where people were asked to leave, but not because they were openly hostile or completely disrespectful, but because they were too drunk for it to be appropriate. And I've had that, happen and be okay. And that's not an instance where I think the horn has been fouled. If somebody intentionally put something bad in there, then absolutely, I think that's an obvious. If somebody completely does that, then they need to be asked to leave, like intentionally does that. They need to be asked to leave, and then the horn at minimum dumped and refilled. But yeah, that's a very rare occurrence. One thing that we've really learned a lot about is to give good instructions before Sumble. I have this whole thing I do, and I think people think it's a comedy routine, and it's not. It's because I have to say these things. So when I do Sumble, all right, the first round is for our gods. Remember, we worship the gods of order. We don't worship the forces of chaos. So we don't hail Loki or any chaotic forces. Also, please remember, white man gods. And I get a chuckle, and I'm like, no, seriously, I wouldn't say this if I didn't have to.
Yes.
Because you'll get somebody that is just, and again, they may not even be trying to be disrespectful. They could just be confused and raise the horn to, some African deity or whatever, and it's just not okay. And then I say the second round is a round for ancestors. Please keep this to your ancestors who already passed beyond the veil. If you have family members that you want to raise a horn to that are still alive, that's a great thing to do in round 3. But during round 2, please keep it to ancestors that have already passed. And then I do this for a laugh. I say, now we're not going to break out the skull calipers, but please make sure that your ancestor looks like the rest of us. That second part, the skull calipers, is for being funny. The other part is not. You'd be surprised. I've had people do some stuff and reveal some family secrets that wasn't the time or the place to do. So that's why I say that. Then I also do, in round 3, I make a similar thing that, and this is important. We haven't touched on this. So I say, all right, in round 3, if you haven't already cleared your oath with one of our Gothar, do not make an oath in round 3. Oaths during Sumbel are particularly important. And I always forget I remember it at the beginning of Sumbel, and I'll say, hey, if you have one, please tell it to, I'll assign a Gothi. Please tell it to this Gothi now and clear it with them before we start. I should say it earlier in the day, and I always forget to. But it's very important that a person, one of our Gothar, approves an oath, because sometimes people come in there with the best of intentions, but they have an oath that wasn't very well thought out, and they make some big grandiose oath that they're very unlikely to fulfill, that we don't want to place bets on, because that's what we're doing in essence. If we allow an oath, we are betting on you to succeed in your oath, and we're obliging us to help you succeed in your oath if there's a way that we can. And we don't want to do that unless it's something that we find appropriate and well thought out. And then I also say, if you have friends that you want to honor, please make sure they're friends that look like the rest of us. There's other chances, other times to honor, the rest of your friends, but this is a time specific for our folk, because this is an exclusive event that's just for us. And so that's important. And I've had that come up where military guys will want to raise a horn to a member of their squad or something that is not of our folk. And I think it's really nice to want to honor that person. I don't disrespect that at all. That's just not the time and place to do it. But yeah, I think those are important add-ons that we haven't touched on yet.
Yeah, I briefly mentioned, I said toasts, boasts, and then kind of oaths at the end there. But the oathing in the third round, and the Thuler is there to gather those oaths if there are any. But oftentimes, it's one of those things where people want to oath something that it'd probably just be better for them to oath for themselves, perhaps make a proclamation in their own personal bloat to the gods to ask for, that they want to attain something. Bringing everyone in to an oath is a very touchy thing. And so, yeah, passing that through your Thuler before you do that is important.
And don't hesitate. If that's something you want to do, bring it up and ask. We don't want to dissuade people. We're not against you making oaths. We just want to make sure that they're taken with the gravity that they're due and that they're agreed upon beforehand by the people conducting the ritual.
And the Thuler will often more or less contextualize your oath. Maybe not saying no, but saying, well, what is the purpose? Or they might ask you a question. The other big one that gets thrown out there is, what is your were-guild? Mm-hmm. And a were-guild is an interesting component to the oathing part of the third round. Is if you don't make your oath, how can you atone to build people's luck? Because if you don't make the oath, it affects people's hamingya. It's that spiritual currency. And a weir guild is often asked in congruence with the oath. I swear that I will do this. If I do not do this, then I will do this in atonement, or I will do that in what is called the man price, the were guild, the price you're willing to pay in order to substantiate you not attaining the oath.
And I think people hesitate because we've got this idea money's a dirty word. I don't think that at all. I think the idea of, hey, if you fail in this oath, then you're going to donate X to this Hoff. I think that's completely appropriate. That's a very literally appropriate use of the term.
Yes, and the Gothi that I was talking about before in the saga, those were-guilds were prices, literal money that he did not pay, and it caused grievances. The gods, clearly he fell out of favor and started it. That's the whole premise of the sagas, the subsequent faults that happen after that, because he didn't pay his price.
All right. So I've heard Sumbel referred, next question from Ali. I've heard Sumbel referred to as high Sumbel. Why is that? Is there a low Sumbel as well? What is the difference? Svan, can you explain that?
Yes, there's a couple things that I would say. This is a nuanced term that has kind of formulated in itself. Sometimes Sumbels are done in, like, say, a kindred setting at a person's home, and there may be a small amount of people. Sometimes that is considered like a low Sumbel or something like that. It's basically a high Sumbel is a Sumbel that has structure to it that is beyond what I would say is on a family or kindred level. And what that really applies to is the Sumbel that's in Beowulf. The people that are there they're warriors. All the men folk are there. There is the Lord, and there is the Thuler, and then there are all of the Thanes that are gathered there. There's no one else. There's no, lay people. These are all the warriors that are gathered there to conduct this battle against the threat of the hall. And that kind of is what sets the tone for what I think people conceptualize as a high Sumbel. Whether it's hierarchy in, let's say, like clergy. If you have you have the Asatru Gothi, and you have Gothar there and Witan there, and there's an appointed Thuler, and there's a large amount of people, and it's done in a place that's not like a family home. Now we're talking about high Sumbel. There's seating sometimes involved, in which you will clearly see the head Asatru Gothi, or you'll see like the head of the Witan is there. And there's Gothar subsequently sitting next to him. There are, again, some people could consider the idea as like if you have a mead bearer. If you have 3 mead bearers, if you have 3 women that bear the horn, this is the makings of more of a high Sumbel, in which there's designated positions. There are etiquettes and hierarchy in the room going on to maintain the order of the ceremony. So, I mean, is there an official line as to what it is? I don't think there really is. I think that what more of it is when you get like, say, a kindred together, and they're holding a community building Sumbel with perhaps just a leader who is also kind of the one that's going to designate that everyone's behaving themselves. And it's, you have children around, and the horn is being passed hand to hand to hand. That's kind of like more of a low Sumbel. High Sumbel, there are honored roles. There are women that are handing the horn in Frith, and if you speak against that, you're speaking against everyone in the room, and you're kind of insulting the mead bearer, and you're insulting the leader of the Sumbel and the subsequent positions around there. That's what kind of makes high Sumbel different than low Sumbels.
All of those things, sometimes, you can have a Sumbel around a campfire, you and a group of your friends, and it's an important, I mentioned earlier on how often to do Sumbel. When we do Sumbel at one of our Hoffs at an event, it's high Sumbel. When you're doing Sumbel in your home, or, again, with your buddies to commemorate something, Sometimes the rules can be different then. It doesn't have to be 3 rounds. It still needs to be treated seriously, but there's a level of formality. If you're out camping in some camp chairs out in the woods, you know, dressed in your hunting gear, and you want to have a nice sumble, that's fine. And it can be as many rounds as you'd like it to be, as long as it stays respectful.
Yeah.
Maybe it's about a particular theme. Maybe rather than all the different rounds with different stuff, maybe you're only honoring heroes or only honoring the fallen, those who've passed. Maybe it's a group of veterans wanting to honor, you know, their military buddies. Maybe it's, you know, family just doing sumble to honor somebody who's recently passed, or somebody that they're trying to commemorate. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do those kind of low sumbles, if that helps. Angelina has a question. When doing bloat, how do you choose which rune or runes to be galdered? So this is something that I do that not everyone does. I don't think this is essential in the bloat process, but it's something I like to do, is to galder a rune at the start of a ritual. And I like to do it for a couple of reasons, and those are about harmony. It literally, when you galder in the way that I galder, now different people have different rates and intonations, and some people have one group of people galdering one rune, other people, I'm sure there are wrong ways, but there are many right ways to do it. The way that I like to galder is intentionally for group harmony. So when I galder, especially when you intone the vowel sounds of the rune, everybody can modulate to match that tone, and you literally harmonize. By literally harmonizing, chanting a rune that is important to you for that occasion, you symbolically and spiritually harmonize to that purpose as well. And so that's why I really like to do that at the beginning of my rituals. So I was distracted by a question in chat. I was starting to look at myself off camera. I do a lot of looking up in the air when I'm thinking. I apologize. I look like kind of a doofus when I do that. I just realized. I choose the rune based on what I want people to either focus on or to feel during the ritual. Sometimes it's thematic to the ritual. For like a midsummer bloat, Suilo is a good choice. It's a solar rune. For victory, or for, things that way, maybe Tiwaz, Berkano for a Desir bloat, or for Ostara perhaps. There's a lot of reasons to choose that, and there's, as long as you have a good reason, any of our runes could be appropriate depending on what your reason is. Sometimes I do manas, because man is the joy of man, and I want to focus on brotherhood in that. Sometimes that's kind of a generic one for any of the rituals, if that's something you want. Suilo, if I just want us to focus on winning and victory, that's good for a lot of different occasions. Wunyo is good for a lot of occasions. Wunyo is a good thing for, joy and celebration. So it really depends, but there could be a very good reason for whatever you do. I think it's important to say, so this is another thing on bloat, just like at sumble, it's important to break down the pieces. And we haven't talked about this yet. I'm glad you asked, and I'm glad I thought about this. It's really important when you conduct a bloat, especially around a group of people that is mixed company, that some of them may never have done a bloat with you before. Some of them may never have done a bloat in general before, to tell them what you're doing and why you're doing it, so that they can be fully engaged in what you're doing. If you have any parts of it that you're going to speak a foreign language, I say foreign, And I think there's different uses of the term. But if you're going to speak an English word beyond English, or if anybody is, international audience, please forgive me. This is geared towards most of our members in the United States. I realize the nuance of what I'm saying, but in not the common language of the country that you're in, explain that. Explain the words that you're going to say, because you want everyone there to be fully engaged and committed in the ritual and to know what they're doing. And so if you have a rune that you want to galder at the beginning, maybe some people there don't understand that rune. Maybe they're not familiar with runes, or maybe they don't know why you're choosing that specific one. So tell them so that they can galder with full intent when they're doing that. Those kind of instructions before a bloat, I think, are very, very important. Svan, do you remember, or what do you remember about living in Iceland? Is it as beautiful as the images on Google?
Yes. I have gone back numerous times since my childhood. A lot of what I remember from my childhood is these kind of brutalism buildings in Reykjavik at the time, and the 1980s. It was gray block apartment buildings that were very kind of built for against the weather, and there was a lot of the kind of color and vibrance was elsewhere in the city, but I was a kid, so I didn't get to see that often, unless I was like on a bus. But they when I grew up and I went back, I got to explore more and see the houses and see the colorful buildings. And I think the one thing that when people go there to vacation, if you're going there in the summertime, you're going to see lots of beautiful things, but it's very expensive. But one of the things that's worth kind of noting is there is a kind of still an element of that brutalism and a lot of industriousness. Sometimes there's like steel buildings with, heating and things like that go into the building so that they can work throughout the year, even in the harsh conditions. And things seem on the west very like you'll see, just flat expanse of rock and things like that, and not much else. There's ocean, and then there's like the land, and everything's kind of built up. But the moment you start to drive out into the country, that's when you start to see the real beautiful waterfalls and moss that's really, really thick, going up into the north or going, southeast a little ways. Not too far, because once you get out there, this is where the glaciers and things, it gets really brutal again. But yes, it is a place where you really feel the power of the earth and the sky and the water. It's all there, and you are a very finite part of it. It makes you feel very tiny sometimes, even though you're on an island. You end up feeling almost like you're in a much bigger and almost constructed place, because sometimes the stones look like they've been carved or shaped. So it's amazing. But it's not like, say, for instance, like there's not a lot of forests in Iceland. And I think a lot of people don't realize that it's grassland and it's mountainous, and there's lava spouts, or you might be driving along and just see nothing but fields filled with horses, and lots of grazing, But yeah, beautiful.
So I see a conversation going on in the chat about how alcohol kills your gains. So I don't think that's entirely true, and I think it depends what's going on with it. I know that it was a big drinking culture, and drinking beer after they got done working out was a big thing that Arnold used to do back in the day. And I also wanted to share the anecdote that I have mixed vodka and protein powder. Now, not just vodka and whey protein powder. That would be awkward. I have mixed it. I have poured vodka into a protein shake that I was drinking at the time when I was a younger man. I have also because I didn't want to lose my gains, and I was doing stuff, and I was in a period where I was drinking 2 gallons of milk a day, gone to a party or whatever, had my cocktail or whatever in one hand and my jug of milk in the other, and have alternated. Also, and not entirely the same thing, but came to mind and worth mentioning, in Florida, there is a cocaine problem. Some of you may have watched Miami Vice. Like, it's a thing. So I was working at the bar in Florida, and a gentleman who was a friend of mine and a regular there was engaging in that particular activity, which the AFA does not in any way approve of. But I was sitting there drinking a protein shake, and he went off to the back to do what he was doing. He somehow wanted to be included in what I was doing, and he did a line of protein powder. I don't recommend that, but I thought it was an interesting happenstance that was remotely related, so I'll put it out there.
It's funny to me when this conversation comes up. I don't drink anymore. And I think a lot of people get into, how do you incorporate the idea of doing a toasting ceremony with alcohol if you don't drink? I think for some people they don't drink recreationally, or they just, maybe they've oathed to take it, to swear it off, but they keep it only for bloats and for sumble, which is what I do. Drinking from the horn only in those 3 rounds, and not partaking in any alcohol in between. I'm usually, drinking water or coffee or something else. It is possible too that you can be a person who doesn't really, I think people get confused sometimes, or they feel a great pressure that there's a need to. It should be done if you are well with it. If you're not, for whatever reasons, there's nothing wrong with saying, no, I'll just hold it for sumble and take one sip. And sometimes too, again, you don't even have to drink from the horn. If you're having a substance abuse issue, and you want to participate in sumble, you don't have to drink from the horn. You speak over the horn, you heart to hand, just like you do in bloat, and then give it back to the horn bearer. I think it's just worth noting, if people have some sort of, stipulations or grievances against drinking for whatever reason, you can still participate in sumble.
So it's again, balancing things. And it's very easy to get stuck in our head on, just seeing the negatives of something. Yes, all things being equal, you should sumble with alcohol. It's a thing, it's a cultural thing. It's just like you don't make toasts with something non-alcoholic typically. But which does more to honor your folk and your gods and build your reputation, you maintaining your sobriety, or you participating in, one ritual, one time at one round of something? There's a big balance there, and choosing the best of your options. We get stuck on perfect or not perfect, and it doesn't work like that. It's a balancing of what's going to be the most good for you and the most productive. Our next question, I don't really know how to go on this one. So if you were to associate Haminya to a god in particular, who would it be? The same question for other soul parts. Thilkia, Hammer, Leek, Ek, Huger, Mini, and Ond. So I wouldn't, because I don't think that it works like that. I wouldn't do that. I suppose for Thilkia, I would associate either Frigg or Freya, probably Freya, because when I think of that, I think to a degree of our Disir, and Freya is the Vanadis. For Huger, for the last 3, Huger, Mini, and Ond, I would associate Odin, because he is the god of Owned. And I think his ravens literally are, thought in memory. Other than that, I wouldn't do that. I don't think of our gods in terms of relating to one of those or another. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was thinking about it as you're reading it, and I mean it's a fair assumption to say when we speak about Odin and we speak about the connection in our soul to Ond. So what would that could beckon the question? Oh well, if Odin is connected to Ond, are there other gods connected to other kind of components of the soul? Not really, but at the same time, like Haminya, when we refer to that, we talk about our luck. We talk about our Disir controlling luck, especially luck that's passed genetically, not ones that are cultivated by our deeds. But yeah, when we're talking about like Ond, maybe the leak, the ek, the thought and memory, I mean, that's clearly kind of associated with Odin Vilive and the creation of the soul complex itself. Outside of that, I mean, it starts to get interesting. I mean, I've associated Baldur as the soul of the gods, so could view that in connection as our soul is connected to the folk soul, and the folk soul is connected to the soul of the gods, but specifically connection one to one and one for one. And again, the gods and or the Aus and Ausenir, they have many of them have symbolic animalistic connections to denote their taming of those chaotic forces. So you can apply that to like the idea of a Filkia, but sometimes the Filkia is associated with as a again the Valkyrie, the Valkyrier. Um, yeah, I don't think that there's any in specifics, other than of course owned with Odin Vilive, and perhaps Heimdall in the general sense of the making the awareness of spirituality within us, within our souls, more, but not one for one, not on.
All right. So, next question. Asatru Folk Assembly. I don't ask this question to be rude, but what is the difference between Anglo-Saxon gods in Asatru and in Scandinavian tradition? Um, there's not. I think fundamentally the gods are the same. I think there's like local deities of a place, local heroes, local deities of rivers or of a particular area that might be different because of location. But the gods are the same gods. I think the only difference is, a slight variation in linguistics and in maybe how they're conceptualized. Um, like, for example, in Anglo-Saxon tradition, they didn't hear of or didn't get transmitted or they didn't know about or whatever the story of Thor's hammer and why it was short-handled. So in Anglo-Saxon England, you'd find Thor's hammers with very long handles, whereas in Scandinavia, the handle's always very short because of the story we have that attests to that. But no, fundamentally, there's not a difference. The differences are the way the Anglo-Saxons grew to know our gods versus the way the Scandinavians developed their relation in the generations since the two were one connected people, which is closer in that instance than in most any other. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I've seen this before where people would say like Odin and Woden are different, and that is I think that's a misunderstanding from people that are looking into the polytheistic practices of these people as like totally different separate groups without seeing any connectivity whatsoever, and absolutely not even considering language connectivities. And it's unfortunate that there are people out there that do that, like scholars that do that. It's not so much anymore, but it used to be that way. But there is no real difference. And good on you for saying I'm not trying to be insulting. That's really, I think, wise and good of you, and I think that's a good mark. I think when we talk about Odin and we understand that like the W in the name was dropped because of the linguistics of the Norse. They dropped the W's many times or they added a V sound instead and a V letter. Because again, linguistics and language and the alphabet, that the Roman alphabet was being used, they were switching over from runic. And so there's a lot of stuff going on there that created these linguistic issues. Whereas in Anglo-Saxon, they converted to Christianity far before the Norse did, but they wrote about the rune poems in the 10th century, whereas the Icelandic rune poems were written most likely in the 11th or 12th. And they were freshly converted, whereas the Anglos had been for a long time. It's just also to understand the dominion. Each of the Teutonic branches have had their own understanding of context in dominion of the gods. Some of our, like say the Anglo-Saxons might look at the very strong warrior aspect of the Lord Frey, who they called Ingvi or Ingfrey or Fro-Ing. They called him Fro-Ing, and they saw, connected the boar and his symbol of prosperity, but also to battle and to war. Whereas the Sveyar, or the people of Svidjod, which means the Sveyar people, who became the Swedes, they had, by the time it was written in Uppsala, had a more focus on Frey in his fruitfulness and not so much in any sort of war aspect. And again, that's because they're pulling their relationship is different. And the best way to view that would be for yourself. There are friends you may have that see you in a context differently than, say, another group of friends who interact with you and see you as something else. If you're a mechanic and they focus in on that, but then another group of friends knows you from high school or something. It's those cultures will pull based off of how that God has interacted with them. So it's an interesting thing. I call it the thrones. When certain gods interact with certain folk, it builds organically through experience, but it's oftentimes very different than, say, other folk. Even though that linguistically they're very close, even geographically they're very close, but they are the same. They just have the ability to interact with us differently based on how they can help and what needs and blessings they wish to give us and what value we show to them.
Next question. Does the AFA make subjects this taking into account to objects, animals, or places? Context, as I mentioned, hanging. I ask this because of the blows in the legendary only to the gods, but also to forests around the temple.
Oh, I think we're experiencing some difficulties here. I don't know if I'm shut out or if.
Can you hear me, Svan?
It's very, very choppy.
Yeah, I'm experiencing something on my side as well. Anybody that can't, I apologize. Hope we can. Once I know that things are all up and working again.
So, in relation to that question, though, when you're talking about bloats involving, oh, there you are, very clear. When we're talking about bloats in relations to non-spiritual or if we're talking about physical
Okay.
things.
So pause for 1 second. Fawn,
Yeah.
could you hear the entirety of the question when I read it?
No, I did not. It
Okay.
was
I
in
was going to
pieces.
say, because
I was reading it.
when I looked up, I was frozen. So for those that didn't hear all of it, the AFA made bloats to non-spiritual subjects, this taking into account the accounts of bloats to objects, animals, or places. Context: in one of the last questions I asked, I mentioned hanging animals on sacred trees. I asked this based on the description of the bloats in the legendary Temple of Uppsala, in which the sacrifices are made not only to the gods, but also to the sacred forest that surrounds the temple. No, the AFA does not do bloats to people, to things that cannot contribute in the gifting cycle. And I don't think our ancestors did either. And I think that comes from a very common misconception. We don't practice animism. We don't worship trees or forests or rivers or rocks. But the confusion lies in spirits of the land inhabit those things. The sacred tree wasn't worshiped as the tree, it was worshiped as the representation, the house of the embodiment of a spirit of that land. So doing a special bloat or an offering to the land Vetir is something that individuals do. Typically, we don't do that as the AFA as a whole. We acknowledge them when we do other bloats, but doing a bloat to a specific land spirit, maybe of your property, maybe of a river that's important to you, of something like that, if you feel a spiritual presence, that's who you're engaging with. You're not doing a bloat to the water that's in the river, because the water can't engage in the gift cycle. The water can't appreciate your gift. It can't give you blessing in return. It's water. Now, the spirit that inhabits the river, perhaps she can give you a lot of things. So that's a really important distinction that I think when descriptions were written about the temple at Uppsala, it was written by Christians, and they were very disparaging of our practices, and they didn't fully understand it. Anything that wasn't a worship of their God was idolatry to them, and they're like, they're worshiping statues and rocks and trees. No, we're worshiping the deities that are represented by each of these things. And that's a Christian prejudice that I think came to us in the descriptions of some of these practices. Svan, what do you have on that?
I just spoke of the dominions or the thrones that the gods exude through, and that is again the example of what you just said. It's the stead. We call it the stead. I think in the last episode we were talking about what the meaning of the word stead means. It's the home, it's the house, it's the throne, it's the receptacle through which the power is interacting, but that the world is made up of primordial forces and natural forces that can be interacted with by divine spirits that can give us boon in the gift cycle. But it could be confusing. And so here's the best way that I could put it. If an outsider went to Thorshof and saw me pouring out the mead at the base of the oak tree outside of Thorshof, they might miscue that with me worshiping the tree. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm incorporating that as a sacred place for me to place the offering as in respect. In respect to the offering, I place it at the oak tree because oak trees have sacred symbiosis to Thor. I'm not worshiping the tree itself. I'm just giving the gift of our bloat to that place. And so in essence, there is a power that's built by me doing that. It's much like using the bowl itself. I don't worship the bowl because it's been in hundreds and hundreds of bloats. Instead, it builds a might based off of deed, but it's not a spirit unto itself. It's more utilized, and I think that's what that intention of honoring the trees around Hoff would become. It's part of the process, not necessarily that the tree itself has, or perhaps even too to consider that possibly the forest and the land around was seen as a place where some of those the parts like of the soul, like the huer or the hammer, were there amongst the trees and in between the trees, and so it was seen as sacred in the sense that there was again something taking stead there, not just the tree itself. And that is, I think, a very big misconception. And it could be so easy because they see the process of it being, but because a bowl is a bowl, they would not see that as the same usage as a place where you pour the mead at the tree. They see a tree and think, "Wow, they're worshiping this tree." That's not the case.
So, I think an easy way to see it is we like to have things to focus on. We like to look at something as a visual representation to direct energy towards. An example of this, and I don't think this is far-fetched because it's exactly what we do. When you go to one of your ancestors' tombstones, you speak to the tombstone. You're not really talking to the stone. You're talking to your grandfather, but you're looking at the stone because it's something to direct you to. And the stone is a representation that embodies what you're doing and who you're speaking to, who you're honoring, who you're worshiping. And that's what this is. Our next question, Matt and Svan, listen to any Nordic folk music? Heilung, Wardruna, Danheim? Could this be viewed as the Asatru equivalent to Christian gospel music? No, I mean, first, no. I think that doesn't mean to disrespect it all. I think that some of it's really cool. I have listened to quite a bit of Wardruna. I've listened to less Heilung. I'm not sure what Danheim is. But the equivalent would be if Christian gospel music was like, if they were dressed up in like sandals and desert robes and were singing in Aramaic or something. That stuff's, especially Heilung, that's way too ooga booga for me. That's just like, yeah, and it's not even if. So here's the thing: it's not even like if Christian gospel were sung in Aramaic or Hebrew with robes and sandals. It would be, I don't know what their version of like with ashes on their face and their hair in like strange like desert dreadlocks, and I don't know, some kind of that ram with the horns they use in the little Jewish ceremonies. Maybe those like glued onto the side of your head and like some shoulder pelts. Like it's really strange. And I'm not trying to be ridiculous, but they don't just try to be traditional and to be a representation of something ancient. They also get very fanciful in their attempt to be as primal or whatever as possible. And they look like things that I think would be terrifying to actual Vikings. What are your thoughts, Svan?
So, like, yeah, when we compare, like, say, like, there's a band called Guldir or Danheim, or I would even say like Ward Runa. Um, they have a tendency to be a little bit more subdued than, say, like Helion, or they, and you have one that's trying. I guess the biggest thing is to understand they're all performance artists. They're performing, and they're artistically expressing some aspects that they want to create visual effects for. That right there makes it not necessarily, say, like gospel, because we're talking about praise and we're talking about religious function of song. Whereas, there could be, say, a performance element added on to a praiseness or a worship of the gods. But in a lot of times, it's, I don't know. It depends on whether or not the performance artists actually believe in the gods or not. But at the same time, at what point are you doing it in honor of the gods and in honor of your ancestors, or are you doing it as a performance art to gain and elicit an emotion, whether it's, spookiness or edginess or, kind of crazy shamanic wildness versus, actual praise and honor. There was a band too that there was one called Valraven. It was very modern. They didn't dress up in any way, shape, or form, but they were very, very clear. They were honoring. They would do songs from Iceland and from the Faroe Islands and things like that, traditional folk songs, but they would do it in a modern kind of way in honor of their heritage. And I think that was kind of like one of the closest ways I could ever conceptualize a band doing something in honor of their ancestors. Those songs that they were singing were about keeping those songs alive, but they were also about seeing if they could instrumentally bring them up into a more modern sense and kind of play with those songs, but all done in like respect of the people that wrote those songs, the folk that brought those songs about. Outside of that, once we get into like performance art and stuff, I mean, I think it's good to sometimes have as background music. I listen to it sometimes when I'm working out or, doing things, but is it an equivalency to, say, religious praise and dedication to ancestors, gods, and heroes? I don't know. I would say erring on the side of no. But it does work in one function. It does speak. There's a band, a metal band named Therion, and they have a album called Secret of the Runes, and in it they do the cosmology of all the nine realms. That's an interesting one in the sense that they are transferring knowledge and lore through their songs almost to the point of reverence, and they even mix like Wagnerian opera with it, and there's kind of this magic that's going on there as far as transferring the knowledge. They speak of lore and things that a lot of people don't, and they turn stuff that I wouldn't even consider song, like be able to be a song, and they made it into a song. Direct quotes from the Havamal and things like that. Amazing in their ability to do it, but is it in the equivalency to praise in song and worship? I don't think so.
Well, it's different in a lot of ways, and I know my answer was kind of flippant. How long is just a little bit ridiculous for my taste, but no, some people in those genres are legitimately trying to worship our gods with their performance. And even if they do that in a way that is off-putting to me visually, I'm not saying that's inappropriate or bad. I am saying it's dissimilar in a number of ways from gospel music. If it's meant to be done in praise of one of our gods, then there's something similar there. Over in the chat, and I've seen this, sometimes some metal, which I like to listen to far, far less, the like Cookie Monster metal, Some of that is made by practicing Asatru that genuinely mean it as a song of praise to our gods. And I don't find that inappropriate at all. It's just not my thing. Um, I would really like to hear some people singing pretty music that was about praising our gods. I think it would be nice to have something pleasant like that that really was done from a devotional way. But I also think it's really cool, and I was asking Svan about this, and I, just started getting thinking about it again when we did our Heroes episode on Svanbjorn. But his reamer is kind of cool. The meter that it does is hypnotic. It was really neat to hear him do that. And I think something like that would be really nice as well. Either you guys have lost me or we have lost Svan. I'm not sure which is which. Seems like we are hitting some technical difficulties the last little bit here. I'm going to keep talking like you guys can hear me and hope that's the case. You find where I was. I got to find it again on these questions. This is one I really would. This is one of the things that I'd like to get Svan to comment on, but I'll go ahead. Have you ever done Bloat entirely in the Germanic prose verse meters? No, I have not at all, and I would not ever want to do that. And I'll explain why. I don't think it's terrible if somebody does, but if you're by yourself and you want to give Bloat in Germanic prose meter and you know how to do that, that might be really meaningful to you. And you might do that as a way of honoring the gods. But when I give Bloat, it's with a group of people. And as a priest, as a Gothi, when I'm performing a Bloat to our gods, it's my duty to, first and foremost, to be pleasing and honor the God, but also to connect our gods and our folk. And that connection isn't well served when everyone there doesn't understand what's going on, or when it's done in a way that is unengaging for them, that disconnects them, that makes them think more about the process than about the point of what's being done. And I say that I know there's a lot of people, including some Gothar in the AFA, that like to plan out their bloats and even write down what they'd like to say and do that to give a good bloat. And I don't think that's wrong or bad, but it's very much not the way that I do bloat. I feel like I do bloat much more successfully when it's from the heart, when it's engaging, when it's reflexive of the situation and the audience and the moment. And when it's done in a simple way that connects our gods and our folk in an easily accessible, easy to engage, easy to understand from the heart way. The more, and I found over the years of doing Bloat, the more moving pieces that you have and the more memorization that you have, the more you're focused on the dance steps and the meter and remembering your lines and remembering the different bells and whistles than on actually giving to the gods and connecting with the folk. And everything you do that takes you out of the moment makes your bloat less powerful with intention and less powerful with the energy and the connection between our folk and our gods. Svan, what are your thoughts? Have you ever done bloat in Germanic verse meter?
Not entirely. I think first if you're going in that route, one of the biggest things to realize is if you're by yourself and you're doing it to create a bloat, what you're doing is seeking to connect through your, again, it's like an art. That's what the poetic meter is to begin with. So if you're, attempting to speak in a Germanic language, a dead Germanic language, or an ancient Germanic language, and you're trying to do, say, like Fornidislag style or something of that nature, you're doing that in that's kind of a form of artistic, ancestral, and cultural traditionalism. And if you're doing that by yourself, I think that is, that's a personal devotional thing, and I don't think that's bad. Again, what Alcirigo they did speak about though is like when you do that at a ceremony, and you start speaking, and people don't quite understand what's going on because they don't speak that language. Again, because I, did not. I grew up in learning two different languages growing up. I found the importance of, yes, communication is important, especially when you're doing things communitively. It wasn't. I don't think the Icelanders of old, were like, I'm going to speak Swabian, Low German, or Bronze Age Swedish. They spoke of the language of their time. But one interesting thing that you could incorporate that. Remember how I said there were three parts. If you do the coming into the gift exchange, and then at the end there's this the time in which you can do like the maypole or jumping the fire. There could be a moment where perhaps you tell everyone there you're going to do a poetic song like Icelandic rímur, and they're not going to quite understand what you're going to say, but you sing it and then you explain to them. You do that at the end, and you do that as both a dedication to the gods because it's still within the holy time frame, but you're also doing it as a learning experience, as a cultural and traditional experience. You could also do it during Sumbel at like third round. A lot of times people will do poems, in English or what have you, or sing a song. But you could also, take that moment. I think the only thing is in that time frame with Sumbel, and there's many other people involved, keeping it short is courtesy, because if you go too long and the performance becomes a very long and drawn out performance, it draws away from the time of other people to speak, especially if, Sumbel is held late. Taking those things into consideration are important, but you can put them in, but I think you should have them in context. And really what you should do is do it for the purpose of showing connectivity in our language, or allowing people to hear what perhaps, it would sound like, and then explain to them what you're saying. And I wouldn't say like go and, read, 24 stanzas in Old Norse, one right after the other without them, and then not explain anything and just go from there. That loses a lot. I tried to, a long time ago, really incorporate Old Norse with English, and sometimes I would say like Leosalvar, and then I would say light elves, and I would say them right near each other, so that way people could see there was a connection in the language. And I could, see if somebody was, say, practicing Asatru in Sweden and they're speaking Swedish, and then they want to say something maybe in Old Norse or in Anglo-Saxon, and not necessarily with the necessity of speaking another language, but to maybe show the connectivity between our languages and build that understanding for the folks around them, that we are very, very deeply connected. But outside of that, it's most poetic stuff that I have ever seen is alliterative poetry that's done in English, kind of in a very loosely based meter format of alliterative rhyming, where, they take a strong alliterative sound, they combine it twice in the first line, and then they start the second line with that same sound. And that creates that kind of alliterative meter that is very traditional, but usually it's done in English, or at least English, English without Latin. Sometimes it isn't, sometimes it is, but yeah, not an entire bloat. It's got to have purpose, and I think that purpose is to teach or to educate or to at least let people hear it, but explain to them and don't let it disconnect them.
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for a little bit of that. Like in Odin Bloats, we do a Harry Father chant, and it's in another language, most of it, but we explain the words beforehand, so when it's done, people know what they're saying, and it's not overly complex, and it's done while the horn's going around, and as a not as the main body of the bloat.
And the words are simple enough that people who have never done it can join in, and it does have its own power there. But yeah, it's very, very light and kind of incorporated in the whole.
Got all right. Do you some from Finn Wraith? Do you think people may feel the gods and maybe even serve them in some way without knowing it, since they may not have heard of them or lived during a time when all our people were Christian? Yes, absolutely. That is a fascinating question to me, and I've often wondered about that. I believe that has always been the case to some degree. I think what's happened more often has been confusion. I know that our gods call to us through our blood, through our memory, literally. And I have to believe that that has happened throughout the centuries where our people have not been Asatru. I don't know how that manifests. What I imagine happens often is serving our gods or doing Asatru stuff and putting a Christian coat of paint on it. Or if you're hearing from any deity and the only deity you're aware of is, Jesus, maybe attributing the voice of our gods to Jesus in medieval times or something similar. I think we search when we try to find patterns. And if we don't have a context to put information, especially esoterically, in, we have to cobble it into what we know the best we can. So I'm sure there was a lot of confusion from that. But I think you see some of that in just the development of medieval Christianity in Europe. It's very, very pagan in how it's done. So many elements are so very overtly our folk soul peeking through. And yes, some of that was done in conversion things to not alienate people and get our folk more comfortable in converting. I think others was our people have a natural way of doing things that relates to our gods and Asatru. And I think we try to apply that to whatever the situation is because it's so integral to who we are. But I also have to believe that there was probably some people here and there that worshiped our gods with the appropriate names and everything, or maybe with their own, maybe not knowing the names, maybe not knowing the stories, but worshiping them as something other than Christ in their own way. It's a fascinating thing to think about. I don't have a lot of accounts of that occurring, but I like to speculate that it did. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, I've always been moved by something you said a long time ago. You said, if we didn't have the Eddas, if we didn't have the stories, would the gods still be amongst us? And I see these manifestations of the way we interact with the gods, even though it might not be in the context of Teutonic religion. Um, you know, the I was speaking about that with like the Ausenur, when we talk about like Gevion and her connection to the land and the plow. And then we kind of see like Columbina or the manifest destiny maiden floating above the prairies. That's the gods. They're manifesting and bubbling out of us. Just the context is completely disassociated from like a Nordic concept, but yet still very, or not Nordic, but Nordic period context. But it's very Teutonic. It's very Germanic. It's very, all the imagery is still there. She's coming out, and she's manifesting in people's desires and connections without being called Gevion. And I see this a lot too. I think with our folk when they have dreams or when they encounter something and they describe it, and to me that's an Alvar or a Disir, and they'll explain it and contextualize it, but not go down the Christian rabbit hole, because at a certain point they either have to think it's an angel or a demon. And again, those are Greek words. And when you look at what, like, I guess like malachs of the Torah, an angel, the malachs were like, eyeballs and, lots of crazy stuff going on there. And they're talking about, someone coming to them in the middle of the night, kind of in a shape and in a light, speaking to them and helping them. So I was, wow, that you just got visited by an Alvar, or you got visited by one of your Disir, and that they can't contextualize it to, our faith and our, because they don't have the words. They've been so disconnected from it. But then if they go down that road, well, what was it? Was it an angel? Was it a demon? It's pretty much what they got. It's like they don't have much to kind of contextualize, or it's just part of their psychological subconscious. And then they just go into a scientific route. But yeah, I've seen it manifest in people. And it's like having a book of words to help define things that other people don't quite have. And so you start to see it bubbling out. I remember a local group where I'm at. They had a song, and the song is about the woman in the marshes, the woman in the spring that's nearby. There's a woman there, and she's the queen of the cypress trees, and she's there. And as they're coming back home, they realize they're entering into her realm and into her kingdom. And that immediately makes me think of Nerthus or Jorth, and they're kind of expressing that understanding of coming back into her domain. And there is a spring here that is, very, very sacred, and has been for generations to Virginians. So yeah, I see it bubble out, but they don't, it's just in their blood. It's not quite on their tongue.
All right. Can you describe from your personal experience what the presence of a god feels like? And how do you differentiate that from the presence of an ancestor? Svan, go ahead and go first on that one.
So the best way I can go about saying this is that I've had two kind of experiences. One in which I felt a kind of overlaying wisdom or knowledge or expression of knowledge that was like laid upon me. And it was oftentimes built around perhaps I'm an emotional state, I'm in a mental state. And oftentimes it always seems to be around a sense of confusion or frustration. Suddenly there's like this, just like a fortune cookie ribbon, just a little bit of wisdom kind of laid out, almost like it's typed over a telegram, and it's just coming in on that strip of paper. And once it fully is understood, all of a sudden it's like, oh, why was that? Like all of a sudden the wisdom of that. I've had experiences like that. I think I've spoken about it in Victory Never Sleeps in the earlier episodes about like looking up into the sky and seeing a plane and going, oh, humans are even here, you know. And then suddenly there's this kind of overwhelming calmness that comes over. And it's like, you know, just like the ocean, the sky is, you know, that ship is susceptible to all of the possibilities there. Man is not master of the sky. They have they live amongst it just as much as a sailor lives upon the ocean. And that was just kind of a really almost like sense a wave, getting hit with a wave of wisdom to my own folly. And I think that's one of the things that I felt. And I can't quite explain it because I'm not verbally hearing anything. I'm not hearing voices, but it just kind of like washes over. The other is a presence in the air. And that is the more, it's a little bit more, I'm not terrifying. It has the possibility of being terrifying, but it isn't. It's just there. Something's in the air, and you can feel it. It almost like bridles on your head or shoulders. I've felt it at Odenshof, you know, during Odin's Bloat that you conducted, and the sky, and I'm looking up, and there's this kind of like feeling or presence of suddenness that like there's something on above, on top, or around the head of everyone there, and I'm feeling it, and it's almost scary, but also at the same time very, very like invigorating to acknowledge it, to feel it. It's almost like a thunderstorm in the air. It you know, in a way. That's the only way I can truly say that, as opposed to anytime I've ever had a dream about an ancestor, anytime I've ever had a dream about, or kind of a feeling of one of my ancestors being nearby, it's always been very subtle. And oftentimes there's an intensity level that seems to be less. It's more intimate and personal when it comes to ancestral. It's very, very electrifying when it seems to be from the gods, from them up above. That's all I got on that.
So the question is, can you? And I think the easy answer is no. Like, I can try to, but I don't think I have the words to do it justice. But I will do what I can. But whatever I'm about to spill out here doesn't capture the depth and breadth of it. So maybe the last question or the last part first, you know, how to differentiate ancestor interaction feels lighter and more comfortable or more familiar in my experience. And it's kind of subtle. I mean, yeah, I think that it's a matter of what you're doing, when you're doing it, and then there is and I hold open that this may feel different or be described very different by everybody. I don't know. When I feel the presence of the gods, and you say how I feel, not so much things that I notice. I notice certain things, but how I feel, sometimes it's almost like the air pressure changing that you feel when a storm's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a weight, and not a debilitating weight, but I do feel a weight. And if anything, it's invigorating and I stand up under it. It's not like it's oppressive or holding me down, but I feel it physically. Sometimes it's as though other ambient things stop and I feel fully in the moment, or fully like little, like there's a stillness in the air. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes it's a gust of something, but other times there's an unnatural stillness, like everything stops with bated breath and waits because a god's talking. Like there's something about that goes on. I feel bad. I wish I could present it more eloquently than that. But it'll often, you'll notice it in the movement of the trees, or the movement of the fire, or in animal sign, or in just the kind of hairs on the back of your neck, like someone's watching you different. Like there's a presence there that wasn't previously, or wasn't, because again, when I'm doing bloat, I don't, I'm not cool enough that I get to just go hang out with the gods. When a god makes their presence felt to me, is usually when I am in ritual or adjacent to ritual some way. So it's hard to describe like somebody's watching you, because yeah, usually, quite a few people are watching me, but it's entirely different. The standouts, I think, are the stillness of other things, like the unnatural stillness for a moment, and then that pressure change feel of weight. Yeah, I wish I could do better, but I think that's the best I've got. So I have never seen or heard this word before. So I am not sure, and it does not Google. So I don't know what to do with this question. Maybe Svan has some answers that I don't. Does the AFA have some rules taken or inspired from the Ulfljótslag?
So the Ulfljótslag law, the law, the wolf Leot. Is this that's a
The
song.
Wolf's
The
Light
wolf.
Log?
No, it's not Leos, it's Leots. Like the song, like a song. The wolf song.
I have
Law?
no idea. If you can see it on the screen and piece through, because it's got some letters with different little stuff.
I hope the person's still on here so they
Yes, he is. Person says the first laws of Iceland. No, the AFA doesn't have any rules or connections with any Icelandic law code, at least not overtly. There may be some unintentional overlap.
Are you talking? So I know of the first founder, or one of the first founders in the laws of Iceland. His name was Herolfr. Yeah, that's the first thing that, if you're talking about Icelandic law, I mean, maybe it's in reference to Herolfr and his first establishing one of the what would become the all thing. But no, I mean, is I believe some of the we've referenced some of the later laws, like when we were talking about the divorce laws of some of the women that could leave their husbands for being too effeminate and things like that, to make note of cultural points. But as far as pulling from them, no. I'm writing that down. I'm going to look more into that.
All right. And, one thing that I would say, and the establishment of the governance of Iceland isn't something that we hearken to as some kind of golden age of Asatru. It is a time period where we have a lot of stories from, and we cherish those absolutely. But we realize that the institutions and the structures, that's a very late stage of kind of the dying of our faith to a degree. So I think that, when we look for stuff, we realize that some of these traditions that come down to us, especially then when, in very short order after that, that very same law institution abolished our faith in Iceland. So we don't look to early medieval Iceland as if it's, the example of the perfect functioning Asatru society. I think that traditions that stem a lot further and deeper into antiquity are closer to the way things ought to be or whatnot. But again, we have to deal with the information that we have. And I'm sure in that early law code, there's probably some really cool things. And I'm looking forward to looking it up.
Yeah, so I just referenced a bunch of pages. First off, the name Ulf Ljótur is like wolf song. But it's his law, and that is the same that I'm referring to. But yeah, no, as far as like looking into his writings, and I'm seeing it now, and a lot of this is in Icelandic, so it's going to take me a hot minute to go through it. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, not in the AFA.
No, and just the simple answer to the question is I don't think anybody is familiar with it enough to where it takes the inspiration from. I certainly don't believe Steve is particularly familiar with that. And I know that this is the first I've heard of that word, and I've never looked into the actual law code of Iceland's original law code. Next question is from Gothi Young or Witan Young. Also, since no, we acknowledged him last week. It wasn't since last week. The weeks are running together. So I've gotten a question on the spiritual authenticity of the AFA recently. Can you touch on that and explain why this is the case? Yes. So authenticity implies a lot of things. And I think to our mind, we assume really old stuff is authentic because it's old. And what I think is very important to realize is everything has to start somewhere. Everything that our ancestors did, one of those ancestors was the first person to come up with it and implement it. We don't have any conception in our lore of a, Muhammad in the cave writing the Quran. We don't have, Odin carving some stone tablets and handing them off to a Viking guy. That's not how inspiration has been transferred to our folk. There's no time in the ancient past where the gods handed ready-made, this is how you practice Asatru right. These are the Asatru things that you're supposed to do. There's times of great inspiration, but in each of those instances, learned men of our community, Gothar, collectively or individually, decided what to do and how to do it, and decided when to alter that, when to add to it, when to reform it, when to change it based on their interactions over lifetimes and generations of their interactions with our gods, and finding out things that worked, things that didn't, things that seemed to get the approval of the gods, things that seemed to displease them. That's very much what the AFA has done since its inception. And before that, what our founder, Steve McNallen, did in all of his other efforts in Asatru before the inception of the Asatru Folk Assembly. But he has been the longest, most consistent, and most successful of the people during that revival period of establishing a tradition and a way of doing things. And over the years, we have refined that tradition, advanced that tradition, added to and developed our faith. And that's a huge part of our responsibility as Gothar. Asatru would not exist today in the way that it does. And maybe the gods would have found a different way, but the way that they found was going through and interacting with Steve McNallen over the course of his life to bring us to where we are. Even his enemies attest that Odin worked through and with Steve McNallen. And that's, potent testimony right there if your enemies say that. So the things that he put into motion, his ordination that he's passed on to our priests and to myself, that is a living connection to doing the will of the All-Father. It's not perfect. Never said that it was. But we're doing our best, and what we're doing is working and making valuable connection. One of the best things that I've heard from people who've been to one of our bloats for the first time, and maybe everyone doesn't hit like this, but very often we've heard, wow, I really felt that. There was something there. I felt the gods there. People feeling that they interacted with their gods at an AFA ritual, at one of our hofs, means the world to me. And it means very much, I believe, especially the consistency that's the feedback we get, that what we are doing and our method of doing it is approved of by the gods. That is authentic in and of itself. Authenticity doesn't mean there's one right way to do something since the dawn of time. I believe fully that if you witnessed a bloat in Iceland in, 970, it was probably very different than a bloat by the, Cherusi in, 2 AD. Was probably extremely different than their ancestors. Doing a bloat in Denmark in the Viking period was probably very different than the people who erected the stones that they would often do those bloats in the sacred circles that were erected back in the Neolithic times. But I have no reason to think that our gods weren't present at all of those and didn't appreciate, understand, and reciprocate during all of those. But times and cultural context change and ideally evolve and get better. So we are absolutely, it's not only our privilege to evolve the practice of Asatru, it's our sacred duty to do that. If we were to allow Asatru to stagnate and not bring it to the level that it's worthy of our gods, that would be us failing in what we're doing. And the success, the blessings that our gods have poured out upon us as the AFA are a really potent testament that in general, they've approved of many of the things that we've done. And we hope to maintain that approval by doing our very best to honor them in the way that we conduct Asatru. But our authenticity is built on 28 years of the Asatru Folk Assembly engaging in the gift cycle with our gods, built upon 59 years of Steve McNallen's relationship with the Allfather. We're based on a lot of history, and it's not centuries old yet, but it will be one day. But we're based on a powerful lineage that's the longest in modern Asatru. And that's a really powerful and important lineage to our Gothar and to our Asatru practice. And like I say, we have detractors that can't deny the gods participate in our bloats, and they feel that to their very core. And that says all that needs to be said. If the gods approve, then it's authentic and it's the right way to do things. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, there's only two ways you can go with that. If anybody says authenticity, I kind of smile, because it's like, okay, if they're looking for pedigree, oftentimes the people that claim that there is no spiritual authenticity don't have any pedigree in the religious form, like the AFA does, all the way with founder McNallen. Or if you look at results, the folk and the people that are present, and even some of our detractors today were not detractors in the past and have attested to feeling things. So you have two routes you can go with that. And beyond that pedigree, which is there and often not in the people that are questioning, or the results, which oftentimes they felt, but perhaps, detract for other reasons. But at what point, does the authenticity become redundant? Like if you go back and say, was the Germanic revival in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, was that authentic? Or was it not authentic? And all of those like processions with, hundreds and even thousands of people carrying, sun wheels and wearing the corded dresses, and no, that's not authentic. Then, okay, so, was the late Nordic period authentic comparative to, say, Bronze Age Sweden? I mean, at what point does it become so ridiculous as to what exactly they're ultimately trying to do, which is just displace the pedigree and the results in lieu of what, I guess, to maybe make room for themselves. But they don't really have pedigree to go on and very little results. So it's like, it's just kind of it's a funny thing when I hear it leveled, because it's a hard word for people to quantify. And if you do quantify it correctly, again, with history and results, they don't often like that answer, even though that's what they're ultimately asking for. And I find it funny. It's like how far back can you go? It's
this is a theme that we hit on this show very often, but most often the people who want to question authenticity are approaching this from a scholastic perspective where they venerate really old stuff, but they're not going at it from a living religious perspective. Do the gods approve? If the only measure that matters, are we doing things that are pleasing to our gods? And secondly, are we building a beneficial connection between our gods and our folk? If we're doing those things, you cannot get more authentic than that.
Yes.
You can, and anyone who is a detractor of the AFA, if you have ever felt the God's presence in things that we do and not in whatever other things you do, you are wrong and we are right. That's how that works. And it may not be popular, but it is true. If we are pleasing to the gods, that is what matters in a religion. If it's more about you wearing the big hat or you having your group of buddies doing whatever cool thing you're doing, if it's not about whether the gods approve or not, then it's vanity, and it's not a genuine concern for authenticity. Next question is, what is the most moving thing you've ever heard at a sumble? What is the most moving thing you've heard at a sumble, Svan?
Oh, I've heard a lot of really amazing things. I'm trying to think of like I picking, I guess. I think what makes it moving is another great point to attack that question at. Is so it just hit at the right time. Yes, was the poem by Yeats that was Yates that was spoken at the Poconos 2017, I think, of the enemy at the gates. That poem, if I read the poem, it wouldn't have the same effect as when it was recited, and it was recited from memory. So that made it even more powerful, because it was just like he stood up and he spoke it. And it's not really about who spoke it. I'm not even talking about that. It was the poem itself in recitation that was so poignant at my life at that time, why I was even in the AFA, why I had joined, why I had come there. And it was an extremely powerful poem that just kind of hit me when I heard it. Outside of that, I think I this is going to sound kind of corny, but being witness to a proposal in marriage, and then this is in context to, I was shocked at the proposal. It was really cool. And then to later preside over the wedding was amazing. Like, I was at the proposal, and then I was a year and a half later was presiding over the wedding. And that like completely brought to full circle the power of that moment where these two people had decided they were going to join their lives together forever. That's pretty cool. But I'm going to look it up right now too. I believe it's called The Enemy at the Gates. That poem was like very powerful to me.
So this question,
it's hard.
I'm the wrong person to ask, because I have been at and presided over so many sumbles. And I mean, there are very few that haven't brought me to tears at one point or another. Trying to think. So, and then there's different things, as Svan said, on like why they're moving. Certainly, I've had toasts that were made to me that were extremely moving because somebody that I cared about raised a horn to me. Sometimes it was who raised the horn. Sometimes it was, what they said. Sometimes it was me needing to hear it when they said it. Other times I've been profoundly moved by people talking about their ancestors, especially when it's about a mother or a father, somebody they knew closely, or a sibling, or or even a deceased spouse, or a deceased child. I'm not ducking the question, but I really can't think of one particular one that's the most profound. That's the beautiful thing about Sumble is I am deeply and profoundly moved by toasts just about every single time. Sometimes I'm just moved by the obvious outpouring of emotion of the person who makes the toast. Sometimes you see people that are just so overcome. I'm moved not just like by witnessing their reaction, but also by the fact that they'd be willing to share something so deep of themselves with me and with the group means a lot too. So, no, I've heard many very profoundly moving things over Sumble, and I just can't get just one out of there.
I wanted to reiterate to the poem is "The Stranger" by Kipling. But again, it's the reciting. It's like what you said. The ceremony itself exemplifies the moment, and then it's almost like it's hard to even remember all the details of the Sumble. It's the emotional ride and the kind of influx and outflux of people's emotion. There's a magic to it that makes it hard to quantify afterwards. But that was the first thing that popped into my head as I remembering. So that warrants something.
So I'm gonna ask one of the last questions right now because it's going on in the chat, and I think there's stuff to be added to it that I don't want to miss by waiting. So question is, what is the AFA's position on people who are born intersex, i.e. hermaphrodites, but grow into either being a man or a woman? Are they welcome to join the AFA? So yes, with the caveat of I don't know exactly how all that works. I assume at birth they have to pick one or the other, and their parents have to pick one or the other and raise them that way based on the predominance of their genital formation. Again, I'm not an expert at that. It's an extremely rare thing. The follow-up, which, and again, this is no judgment to the person who wrote it, but he says, I asked the question because clearly the AFA is opposed to transgender people, which I agree with, but then it begs the question about intersex people. I don't think that it does. They're two completely different things. One is an actual medical problem, and one is a
psychological problem.
very popular, but very deep and destructive mental illness.
Right.
Yeah, one is real and one is imaginary. Yeah, if you're born with different parts, and I believe hermaphrodites are sterile. Again, if we ever got an actual hermaphrodite that applied for membership, I would have to read up on the subject on exactly how some of these things work. But one is an actual medical problem that I'm very sympathetic towards. The other I'm sympathetic towards because of the people who are inflicting that mental illness upon our children and upon very vulnerable adults going through hard times in their life. It depends what steps people have made in that process of quote unquote transitioning, and what can be fixed and what can't be fixed, and just what's gone on. But I feel very, very sympathetic to the children, and beyond that, the teenagers that doctors and parents have allowed such horrible, horrible abuse to go on to them, both physically and psychologically. Um, but yeah, those are two extremely, extremely different things. Back to the normal flow of the question. No, it was a good question to ask.
Yeah, interesting
I'm not, I'm
question.
not, I'm not faulting the question. I just wanted to address it while it was fresh there. Um, why do women bless the mead before bloat, but not before sumble? Honestly, Angelina, because they just don't, I think. I think it really is as simple as that. It was a tradition that I believe Gothi David James introduced in the AFA early on, um, to have our women go and bless the mead for bloat. And I just don't think it was ever something that got done to apply to sumble. I don't think that would be inappropriate. As a matter of fact, I've wondered that myself a little bit. We do incorporate the women into sumble with their special women magic, for lack of a better term, in the fact that they're the ones that bear the horns, and that each time the horn is passed back to them, so they're distributing the sumble horn during the ritual. And I think that's the way that we incorporate that same kind of principle to it. But I really just think that those two traditions developed within the AFA separately. And so we're kind of honoring those traditions now, but making sure that we have women involved with sacred women's only things with the horn in both instances, but they're displayed very differently in the two rituals. And I think that's a really good question. I know that those two practices aren't something that I've implemented. They are things that I inherited from Steve McNallen's administration. The things that I do over the horn are very similar to things that I've witnessed him do when I was first learning. And the first bloat I ever went to of the AFA, the ladies were led by Sheila to do the blessing of the horn the way that they do for bloat. So I really think it just didn't happen to go down that way. I think it'd be nice if I had a much more theological answer for it, but I think that's the truth of it, honestly.
I coming in didn't. I thought when I became a member and everything, it was kind of like if you're giving a horn to the gods, all the women are behind the giving of the horn, like by loading it up, and then at Sumbel, it's given to the individual from a single woman. So it's kind of like all the women are charging the mead because that's being given to the gods. But at Sumbel, it was one woman giving you the horn directly to you, or like I'm. It's like you're not. You're getting like the gods get all the women putting all their power and might into the horn, but at Sumbel, it's one woman handing you the horn, and that I kind of saw that connection there, and I thought that was deliberate and was just became cultural.
Well, and so one of the things is it's important to realize that before Gothi James implemented this at an AFA event in maybe the early 2000s, maybe the late 90s, I remember it got answered this. The origin of the women blessing the horn for bloat got asked when Sheila McNallen was my guest. And she remembers that it was a Gothi David James innovation. I'm it leads me to believe that wasn't what happened in Bloat before that time. And so, yeah, it got implemented then, and either Gothi James didn't think of it or wasn't there to implement it at Sumble, and it just never got picked up. It's interesting to watch to just kind of go back and sleuth the history of why we started doing the things we do and when they were incorporated. So, I don't know, at the earliest, like 97, 98. Before that, I don't think women did bless the horn before Sumble. So I think that's kind of interesting to go back and think on. So this is funny because I can only imagine it's been well over an hour since this question was asked. I don't know if questions are still being answered, but I am wondering the difference between the AFA as a whole and the AFA kindreds. Are they themselves separate organizations or AFA clients, so to speak? This is really important. I'm glad you asked that. An AFA kindred is the local congregation of AFA members. AFA kindreds are made up of loyal members to the AFA, and they're a way of organizing members when we don't have, a HOF or other things to organize them together and get a collective sense of unity and face on. If they are anything other or anything trying to be separate from the AFA, then that is not what an AFA kindred is or is about. That has never been what they were supposed to be about. As a matter of fact, we have a handbook from the Asatru Free Assembly, which is our predecessor organization from the late 80s, and at a time where they use much less church terminology than I'm comfortable using. It was written in there that an AFA kindred is local congregation of AFA members, and it is, inextricably woven into and bound to the Asatru Folk Assembly. Does the AFA serve the sacred horse meat at the Bloat Vesla food table? No. It's, to my understanding, it's not legally attainable outside of like Indian reservations in the United States. I'm not opposed in an area where that's, legal and appropriate to do. I have no particular objection to that. But no, to my knowledge, the AFA has never served any horse meat at its bloats.
Yeah, I tried to get it sent here, and they can't. I don't know if that's changed as of like 2015. That was around that time. So maybe it has changed since then. That's a long time ago now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, unless there was somebody who owned a horse and was going to turn it into meat fabricate it into meat. It's so strange because that's one of those things where I think people don't realize like that the eating of horse is really not, it's one of those Christian cultural things that has pervaded especially in the West and in America. Like the two things that I recall coming up in America is that, like, one, and this is going to sound funny, but in America that you're not even Jewish and they'll circumcise you. So like, that's not something they do in Iceland. And the other thing is they don't eat horse. And I didn't understand why. And I realized it's because it's written that you're supposed to, I guess in the Bible, you have to eat, it has to have a cloven hoof. And since it has a singular hoof, Christians don't eat horses. Always thought that was very, very strange because it's not normal like all the time, but it is there in Iceland. You can eat it. They always joke and say we only kill the bad horses, so to make people feel better about the fact that when you're in Iceland, meat is meat.
Not in a ritual context, but I may have eaten horse because when I was a little kid, I ate glue. So there you go.
The Kevin Bacon of horse meat by 5 degrees or something.
Take them to the knackers. They'll make glue out of them. All right. So next question, also from Angelina. I know you don't have to drink of the horn during sumble, but has there ever been a non-alcoholic option for those who do not consume alcohol? No, not to my knowledge, and I think it's just because we haven't. And I think that the symbology of it is that it's, one shared horn. So much of it is about the horn as a centerpiece of it that I think two horns
kind of going in
dilutes but again, it's semantics. I don't think it's fundamentally different from the fact that sometimes in bloat we do have two horns. And the reason that I do that in bloat is, like you said, so folks that don't drink can feel like they're fully engaged in the ritual. I think there's so much more happening at sumble to where you're speaking over the ritual action in sumble is you are speaking over the horn. The drinking from the horn, I think, is secondary in its function in that instance. The drinking from the horn during bloat is a receiving of blessings. So it's not about a communal sharing of the same horn, because we will offer the one horn that we've all blessed, because you don't have to drink from it. You're putting your might into it. When we have the second horn for people to drink from, when I do that, I hold up both horns and ask the gods' blessings, so they're both blessed by the gods. And then, you can take your blessing out of which horn you choose if you've got an issue that way. And I like that because it distributes that blessing to children and folks that are, don't want to drink for whatever reason, in a way that they can feel like they're fully part of it and that they can ingest that blessing. The other option that I've done in bloat is, I'll have a sprig, and if everyone's drinking and I come to a child or someone who doesn't want to, then I'll dip the sprig into the mead and asperge them with it. But I think that the issue over the sumble horn is a little bit different. It's the words that are going in as opposed to the liquid that's going out. So that's my only thought on it. And I honestly, this is the first time I've heard it suggested in sumble. What about you, Svan?
No, I've never seen that. However, yeah, I think the focal point is speaking over the horn and imbuing the power of the horn with the story and the words. And so I think that makes it even more poignant that the consumption of the alcohol isn't necessarily the entirety of the ceremony. It is about the horn itself. In a way, it's kind of like it's like a bloat, but there's the horn is being imbued with power and then also drained and spread and then refilled. So there's like it's hard to explain, but really, like, I have been in a sumble where I didn't drink from the horn simply because I didn't feel well. I wasn't completely like out of sorts, but I wasn't quite feeling. I felt like maybe I was very stuffed up, and I felt like maybe I was coming down with something. It was a weekend, and I was gonna be there, and I didn't want to miss out because I traveled very far. So I decided responsibly, I'm not going to drink from the horn. I just don't want to spread anything if it is something. But I did, put my hands on the horn, hold the horn up. I didn't speak directly over it, but held it up and spoke and then passed it back. And I still felt very much a part of the ceremony, because that's what it's about, is about what is being said in incorporation with the horn.
All right. So this question is just for you. Question to Svan. Isn't it simpler to use the word Visla, festivity, instead of sumble? Visla is constantly associated with the act of bloat, as Bloatvisla, and I say that, maybe I'm butchering that word, please correct me if I am, and has the clearer etymology related to give.
So, okay. This is similar to the usage of the word feigning in Anglo-Saxon. So there was a time in which people would say feigning and bloats, and a bloat was only by blood. It was a blooding or a sacrificial butchering, and anything outside of that was a feigning. And of course, feigning in Latin has terms to like faking, but feigning in Anglo-Saxon is closer to, again, a festivity, like you said. But um, utilizing that in those differentiations, the attachment of words onto bloat um, has its points, but that's kind of like saying a bloat is both a festivity and a giving in the word itself. Not it's not it's almost like being redundant. It's like saying like tuna fish. Tuna is a fish. I mean, it fits. It makes sense to us because we use it all the time, but is it kind of redundant? So like a bloat is a giving festivity. Or you think of, like, I was just looking it up too, like all the connections to bloat. Like there's bloat staller, and that's a place where the bloats were conducted, especially indoors. So there's lots of different connections that you could put to bloat, but at the same time, it was just understood what a bloat was. Um, Perhaps if we're talking about the idea of incorporating the feast afterwards too, but culturally that we know that's what we're going to do. We're going to feast as well. So I mean, I wonder if at a point if it's redundant, and it's the same, like I said, with the word feigning. After a while, people were saying that for anything involving liquid, and then or mead or ale, and there was another word that was kind of coming into popular use for a while there, Anglo-Saxon wise, for like drinking from the ale cups, but it all just kind of went away because culturally what was going on was a gifting festivity, with religious context and a feast, all in the sense of what a bloat would be.
And honestly, I think it's worth noting, because we've been using sumble since the 1970s and it works and it's not improper. If it was doing something wrong, then I'm all for changing it. But it's what we have called that ritual since the inception of modern Asatru, and there's no reason to change it. If we were starting fresh, then yeah, we might choose an Old Norse variant of a similar word instead of having, bloat from Old Norse and then sumble from Anglo-Saxon. But that's not how it was. That's not how we got founded. That's not the tradition that got started. And we've got a really proud tradition with it going back, now I've got a math, but going back, well over 50 years. So
Yeah.
as long as it's not wrong or improper, it's developed its own might and its own fame using that term. If we're constantly reinventing terms and reinventing everything, then we lose that built up reputation and hamingia these things have. By sticking with terms that we've used instead of consistently altering them, we build a meaning that becomes collective, to where when people, and I don't pretend that we're there yet, I think people outside of Asatru circles probably are not familiar with either of these terms. Internally, we all know what a bloat is. We all know what a sumble is. If all of a sudden tomorrow we start calling it what was the word you used? I apologize.
Visa.
A Visla. no one's going to know what we're talking about. And we will have lost the cultural connectivity that we've built with the term sumble over the time that we've used it. So unless there's a significant reason to do so, we try not to do stuff like that. That continuity with our history and where we come from is really important to us.
There's one other thing too, just looking it up in translation. So bloat visla is the sacrificial banquet or consumption of. So when we were talking about the idea of sacral butchering and sharing with the gods, there's that secondary part of the preparedness of the meat and eating amongst the folk. That is what that's referring to. So if there was a sacral butchering of an animal and that animal was then eaten, like smoked or stewed or whatever, and eaten amongst the folk around a table, that's the Bloatvisla. Yeah.
So I was wondering in the sagas when they mention the rounds of ritual toasting, is there any sort of a Old Norse word that's used? Because sumble is exactly based on sumble, the use of the term from its origin in Anglo-Saxon, and we see that exemplified in Beowulf, and describing a sumble that took place in Denmark, for that matter.
Yes, and there is. I would need a moment because I have to look through.
No worries. We'll move on to the next question, and you can, let us know what you find at your leisure. Since the Owls, here you go. If you spent a couple of minutes tonight speaking ill of other organizations, what are some Aryan religious orgs that you have a positive opinion of that ought to balance things out? Well, I appreciate the opportunity to balance things out. It's hard because I'm genuinely of the belief that we should all be doing that together under one banner. So it's hard to pick other Aryan religious organizations that there's not another religious organization I would encourage folks to join. Anybody who wants to join an Aryan religious organization should be joining the AFA. But I'll say a couple of things. You may have noticed our new count. This year, we've recently added 2 of the founding members of the Odinic Rite to our list of heroes that we celebrate. When they were around, the Odinic Rite did a lot of really great things to advance Asatru. In the past 15, 20 years, they've become virtually non-existent and invisible. So I don't see that as a living organization, but we certainly appreciate their history and many of the things they've contributed. The Asatru Alliance is still around. I think it is much less active than it was at one point. They are folkish. I don't think they're doing Asatru wrong per se, but they are practicing Asatru as if it was in a time capsule from the 1980s. And I think intentionally so. I think it's become a lot of very, guys that are very advanced in age, just kind of living out their existence in that, but not really trying to build a future with it. But I think those are, good enough people doing good things. As far as more active things, I think something interesting is the International Dharma Society. Those folks have always been very, very kind to us and had very kind things to say. Their leader is conversed with, our law speaker. I know they've talked quite a bit. I have with him indirectly. He's been very complimentary of Steve McNallen. So I think that's nice. I met the leadership and some members of the Artsgemeinschaft from Germany when we did an AFA event in Sweden. and they seemed fantastic. We had a great time with those guys. I don't know, I can't give a glowing endorsement to all of their material because I haven't really looked at it in depth, and it's all in German. But as people, they were fantastic, and I think that's great. I'm waiting for the interview to come out, and I'm not sure. They didn't ever say what group they were affiliated, but there was some Asatru in Moscow area that did an interview with me a while back, and I'm waiting for that to get done. Again, they seemed great. I know that there's some really great pagan organizations in Eastern Europe that do some beautiful rituals, but I don't have any relationship with any particular of those organizations to give them any kind of glowing endorsement. But yeah, I do definitely see positive things, and I wish and hope that all those folks doing the positive things will come under the AFA banner so we can all do it together, unified.
So, got it, confirmed it.
All right.
Okay, so and just the other reason why I don't want to speak, and then because there's always interesting things, but so Sumbel, Sumbl, is the Old Norse for sure, but it was also used. This is where it causes confusion in modern Asatru. I know we talk about the Bragaful at third round, but oftentimes it was referred to as the ritual itself wasn't called Sumbel, it was called the Bragaful. The Bragaful was at the Sumbel, and the Sumbel is the feast. So, okay. And that causes confusion, but yeah, it is. And there's some interesting things I just wanted to bring up, just double checking on it. So they talk about the oaths and the Bragaful in Helga Kvider, Hjörðarsonar at Yule feast. The men lay their hands on the Sonagjöter, the boar, the pig's head. They lay their hands on the holy boar and swear the most solemn of oaths at the Bragafulli, which is in essence the Sumbel. And that's why those two words are so interchangeable and cause a lot of confusion. That's that was the one thing that really caught me. And the Bragaful is oftentimes referred to, but is not always the full round of Sumbel, but rather a singular round or singular boast, depending on the story and where it's mentioned. Even in Olaf Tryggvason's, when King Svein, he serves the Vikings, he gives them one drink and then asks them to swear oaths upon those drinks. So those get kind of confused with the rounds. But yes, Sumbel, Sumbl, feast.
Excellent. Thank you for looking that up for us. Can either of you please give an example of Galder? Any rune, it doesn't matter. Yes, absolutely. I overthink everything, so now I've got all right, cool. I would repeat that with a full breath for however many times I wanted to, with lots of emphasis on the vowel and only a brief emphasis on the consonant in runes that I would Galder. A lot of that comes from Dr. Flowers and his, discussions on runes and how that works. But, I find that those long notes of vowels is where you can get the beautiful harmony and the vibration. So much to me about Sumbel in a group is harmony, and individually to me when performing a ritual just by myself in front of my altar is the vibration it creates. And I find those with the vowel sounds. but there's lots of ways that people do it. That's how I do Galder.
Yeah, and generally, when we do it, don't we do it in succession about 3 times or more, depending on, I guess, the vocalization. Um, yeah, and I know this. I know some like again in Futhark when he talks about it, in the idea of utilizing the proto sounds and things like that can be altered in that, but that's when we start getting into like Galder magic.
Question. Idun is the goddess of the tree with the golden apples, and her husband is said to be Bragi, the bard god, more or less. Does this relation of Idun and Bragi strengthen the idea that the apples represent our bloats and sumbles to the gods?
I think he's saying like, are our bloats and symbols the might and the devotion of our folk, in essence, feeding the gods?
I have never heard it expressed that way or thought of it in those terms. What do you think about that, Svan?
I have thought about this in relation to a couple of things, mainly when we were talking about the rites to Balder and giving of devotion to Balder in the mural at Baldershof. Nana is holding the horn, and that horn has strength, devotion, piety written on it. And the idea is the correlation of our faith giving strength to Balder for his return. As far as even and the apples, I honestly think that when I spoke about this at Midsummer, when we talk about the gods and their ability to hold dominion over forces, primordial forces that are in constant ebb and flow from beginning to end as cycle ends and cycle begins, I have always taken it that Ethan is the goddess that feeds the gods a primordial power of creation in an essence, and that if they're separated from that, it affects them. And I know that sounds, it could be trite if we're talking about the stories. I mean, the stories are kind of like that. If they're separated from the apples, then they are somehow cut off. But I never correlated the apples to the faith of the folk, mainly because that's an interesting question, because it makes me think of some things, but I've never correlated that necessarily the gods would cease to exist if the folk ceased to exist. But some people have expressed they feel that way, that we're so interconnected. But I believe, that I think that would be the question is, do you as a person believe that if the faith of the folk ceased, which in essence it did for a long time, or it was chopped up and broken up and minuscule, that the gods would somehow cease to have the powers that they've had? And I don't believe that they have. I believe that they have bubbled up within us, even though they didn't necessarily need Bloat or Sumbel in order to attain that power. Or that power, I think, is representative of something deeper. And I've always associated it with cosmic light, and that Bragi is sound. So if we're talking really big metaphysical ideas, I've always taken that the golden apples are manifestations of like the primordial light, and the primordial sound are kind of associated with the gods, and they manifest through what I've often called the prism, which is the gate or Heimdall, and that is representative of Bifrost, is that light and sound flowing through into the middle world. But I don't know. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give that some thought. I think it would be flippant just to bust something out. It's the first time that I've heard that theory, but I do think it's really interesting. So I do want to think some more on that. Um, Svan question: have you heard of the Assyrian Code of Nine, and has Alzhir Gothi met? Yes, I have. Svan, have you heard of that?
Yes, a while back, but I haven't heard. I mean, I can't recall it. Uh, but yes, a while
So
back.
I have, and I don't. It seems like so the proponents of it, or some proponents of it, have proposed that it has ancient origins and it goes back to Arch Asatru times. I have seen no reason to believe that is the case, and it does not read like that is the case. I think very much it's a modern invention, and I don't think it is as useful or has the gravitas that the noble virtues have. I think it's one of those redundant things. There was some need to make these 9-part codes at a certain period to where everybody wanted to kind of make their own. And we use the one that Stoba and Hoskold created in the Odinic Rite, with the additional virtue of victory added to it. But I think that, they're all fine things. I don't think I've read it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I don't think that it dates back to any great antiquity.
Yeah, I thought this was kind of in line with like I remember for a brief moment there the Thews, the Anglo-Saxon Thews. There was like 12 of them I think that came out, and I remember reading them around the same time that I read the codes. And I don't know. I think having those as personal things, like I personally still hold true to the 6-fold goals, or actually I've expounded to the 8-fold goals that Edric Thorson spoke of in some of his earlier books. But I hold those as like personal kind of views, almost like theosophical points. But they're written that way. The codes are a little bit more like, I guess, in depth, specifically to like honor and flourish and all that. But yeah, it doesn't have the same, I guess, cultural gravity that the 9 Noble Virtues does. And I find the 9 Noble Virtues really do. My old kindred flag had 9 rungs in the rope to represent the 9 virtues that bind us together. But I really found it helps me with my children. It really starts to establish deep foundational concepts that they can start tackling around 10 years old, that I have found, and I still, hold true to them. And kind of every once in a while, I'll sneak up on Gothar and be like, what are the 9 Noble Virtues? But yeah, I always thought it was just part of like what was going on with like the Thews. There were all these kind of variations coming out.
So something crazy happened. I just looked at the little clock on the computer screen, and I don't know where the last hour went. But we're coming down to the end here. So Angelina asks, if the kindreds are supposed to be local, why was a kindred allowed to gain members across different states? It's a fine question, isn't it? And I think it's very telling that kindred ended up being disloyal, breaking away, and now actively trying to poach from / damage the AFA. Um, so we try very hard not to get up in Kindred's business on how they do things all the time. We like Kindreds to have a certain amount of autonomy, and we don't like to overly get in everybody's business. These are things that are meant to be built on loyalty and respect and honor. And this Kindred behaved very, very dishonorably. And it was tried to be, hey, why are you guys getting these members all spread out? That's not what a Kindred is. And I think that, the truth of our concerns is now proven self-evident by how things have gone. Go ahead.
Couldn't it be said too that kind of like that the blame of that might be laid on my shoulders as well?
No, and here's the thing, because you when your kindred was kind of spread out, you ended up breaking off into two separate kindreds. And it's something that we've talked about. And there's cases where people move and you don't necessarily kick out your kindred member if they move somewhere and they've been a long-term member. I get that. Some of that happened in this case, but not a lot of it. But yeah, so needless to say, we're much more explicit about that now when we're taking on new kindreds. And then our final thing is an announcement more than a question. Matt, please remind people that are struggling with addiction that the AFA has a recovery group Thursday nights at 5 Pacific Standard Time and on Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that's, I thank you for reminding me about that. And people may not be aware of that. But yeah, we've got a number of people that have found a lot of success and been able to make some really good changes in their life in that group. And anyone who's interested, please reach out to your local folk builder and we can see about getting you connected. And it's a really positive thing and something I'm very proud that our folk are doing. Well, with that, it's been just about 6 hours. I don't really know how that happened. It doesn't feel like it.
No, not at all. I didn't realize it's like on the cusp of 3.
Yeah. So thank you guys all we've had some really, really great questions tonight. Thank you guys very much. Svan, it's been a pleasure as always. Like I said, everybody loves your episodes. They are very, very useful and it's fun to do them.
Yeah, really fun.
An evening well spent. I appreciate you guys, and I will talk to you all a week from now, if not sooner. Until then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.